You know, country club, it's known for its wind, it's known for its weird conditions, but I think that Eric did a really good job with his course design changes this year, and I'm excited to play it.
They've definitely evolved with the game, and I think Emacs has a great influence out here in making sure that this course is up to par with the new age of where disc golf is.
I think some of the fast landing zones, I think it shows you that you have to maybe disc down even though you don't want to, just to stick it in bounds, and I feel like that's some of the points that I'm looking at this week and trying to stick is just sticking in bounds, even if it's losing, 50 feet of distance.
I just think this course in particular, I think you probably have to execute at a little higher level just because of how many times everyone's been here. Everyone's a lot more comfortable playing out on this course.
The town we're in, the way Emporia embraces disc golf and the way the course is set up and how nice the flags look and the OBs and just how much time, I've seen the work that's put into these type of events, and it just shows out here. It's just beautifully ran, and it just makes it a great place to play golf.
Welcome, disc golfers and disc golf fans, to exciting Emporia, Kansas. It's Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network. Live from the Emporia Country Club in Emporia, Kansas, I'm Grant Zellner alongside the man. He's got game. He's a brilliant analyst with a great head of hair. He's basically the Mike Ditka of disc golf. It's the disc golf guy, Terry Miller. Terry, what are things looking like on the ground there this morning?
Well, all too kind of you, Grant. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm in Emporia, and as we all know, Emporia knows disc golf. So exciting to be here. We have a 3-day DDO, Dynamic Disc Open, all lined up and ready to go. Temperatures are beautiful right now. They're very, very moderate in the 70s and 80s. Expecting to see something creep up to the high 80s. We'll see how the humidity, we'll see how the rain, hail, anything else that may be thrown at us. Well, we don't have to worry about it today. Maybe the rest of the weekend, but not today.
It certainly is storm season in this part of the country, so players may have to adjust on the fly, and that's just part of our incredible game. Players gearing up for this tournament. For some, it's something of a return to form, including one Valerie Mondahano back in action for the first time really all year long. Let's hear what she had to say during yesterday's press conference.
By the time I got the okay to play from the doctor, I would have had, from this tournament to then, I think a little over a month, maybe a month and like a week. Before that, I didn't really get any golf in. It was maybe once in a while I'd try to see how my ankle was feeling, but nothing to say like routine or on the grind. And I know playing on the tour, it's elite disc golf. I wouldn't have had time to say, yeah, in 2 weeks I'm going to go fly to Portland and I'm going to try to play for, a huge title. I knew that was pretty impossible at least for my standards on game-wise. So I told myself, let's give myself some time to actually practice and get some reps into my game. Not only that, but with a new bag. So yeah, I kind of sat down and looked at the tournaments and said, DDO is a good goal. It gives me enough time to practice and get really settled in with my ankle and trust it.
Terry, I saw and talked to Valerie Mondahano nearly 2 months ago at the Champions Cup where she was walking without a limp. But still, it's been 2 months and she's just now getting out on the course. A very sort of big picture, mature, modern look at injury recovery for Valerie. Have you seen her and how does she look?
Yeah, first of all, she looks very excited, and you also took another word right out of my mouth when you say mature. She realizes not only is this her life and her career, her passion, everything that she does with her sister, along with her husband when she's out there on tour, the fact that she's looking big picture, she knows that, hey, I need to take care of myself. I need to give myself a full and complete recovery. And so, although no one loves to be sidelined, no one loves an injury, how she's handled it and the time that she's given it, I think is very mature on her part. And she's definitely playing for longevity at that point.
Dealing with injury, playing through injury when it's right, or overcoming injury is becoming more and more of a theme of top-level disc golf because although maybe some observers from a distance don't realize it, throwing a disc is very hard on your body when you're putting this kind of distance and this kind of athletic move on it. Another player who has had to overcome injury, even overcome surgery, is Kristen Tatar, the reigning world champion, who even as she won that world championship at this very venue less than a year ago, at that time was still somewhat limited. This year, she seems not limited at all. Took her a few events to get back fully into the swing of things, and here she is leading the way in terms of victories in 2023. We also heard from Kristen as she ventures back into the venue where she became a world champion.
If I'm on tour, I just travel to the next place and like eyes on the prize again. So I'm just practicing, developing a game plan. So I didn't really get that emotional, to be honest. I think I experienced all the feelings at that moment when I got the title, and at that moment it was overwhelming. But right now, I feel like I'm in this moment right now. So I mean, it's obviously nice to be here, but also interesting because my arm is not hurting anymore. So I've made some like changes in my game plan. So it's been kind of like just interesting for me to be here.
Terry, it's easy to forget that Kristen Tatar, unlike most of those that she is competing with, is doing so on the other side of the world from her home. She's even having to communicate in her second language. Talk about Kristen Tatar's mental fortitude when it comes to competing week in and week out.
Well, we'll borrow the same word we just used a moment ago about Valerie, and that the maturity is there, of course. But another one that I think about is balance. And she seems fully in tune with herself and completely balanced. You heard her just mention how she really has her eyes on the prize. She knows she's here playing disc golf at the highest level, and all eyes are on her week in and week out as she's trying to take down these titles. But she's also talked in the last few weeks about enjoying her time in the U.S., about taking pictures and traveling around and really make a concerted effort so that she can live her life to the fullest while touring around the U.S. and, quite frankly, dominating in that process.
And Terry, Kristen returns to Emporia, where she'll get to play all 3 rounds here at the Country Club layout, although it has had a few tweaks. It was her victory last year in part due to the fact that her game sets up so well for, well, just about anywhere, but especially, of course, like the Country Club.
Yeah, and as you said, she can perform well anywhere. Tight and wooded, long, wide open. It doesn't really seem to matter. And as we saw the putt a moment ago, that very long one, I felt like that was their turning point. So much excitement from a woman who's normally very reserved on the course. But when you see her throw in from long or deep in circle 2, and she's getting herself amped up in that way, I always think that's trouble for the rest of the field. I don't know if she has any weakness on the course. She's not the longest thrower in the FPO division. She has no problem admitting that, but she's, I feel like, probably the most balanced when it comes to the forehand and the backhand releases that she can do. I can't pick a course where I'd say, well, okay, I'm going to favor someone else over Kristen Tatar, quite frankly.
I'd be lying if I didn't admit to watching some of Kristen's putts in slow motion to try to glean some knowledge that I might be able to apply to my own move. It's not working yet, but maybe it will sooner or later. After this break, we will hear from one Paige Shue. Since Shue been gone, she's back at the place that she's called home for much of her life, Emporia. We'll hear from Paige right after the break.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
Welcome back to Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network. Grant Zellner alongside Terry Miller, and talking now about Paige Shue. A lot of changes going on in her family during the course of the 2023 season. First, Paige leaves her longtime relationship on good terms with Dynamic Discs. Her father, Doug Bjerkus, also leaving Dynamic Discs to take on a role with the PDGA. But despite those changes, they love Emporia. It's like a hometown for them. And Paige Shue is back in comfortable surroundings. We got to hear from Paige yesterday.
I know it's not really part of the course, but just the town we're in, the way Emporia embraces disc golf and the way the course is set up and how nice the flags look and the OBs and just how much time, you know, I've seen the work that's put into these type of events, and it just shows out here. It's just beautifully ran, and it just makes it a great place to play golf. Yeah, one thing it's interesting about my game is I feel most confident when I have to hit extreme angles, like extreme hyzer, extreme anhyzer. So I'm trying to work on just getting more types of angles in my bag, because you never know when you need just a little less, and I feel like you sometimes need less movement, and so I'm just really trying to get my flat to a little bit of anhyzer, a little bit of hyzer. I'm just doing field work a bunch on that, and then putting is something I can always improve on, and spending lots of time up by the basket.
Terry, Paige is a former world champion. She did so in Vermont, where we will be again later this year for Worlds. I got to talk to Paige on an episode of PDGA Radio early in the year, and she and Grady chatted about adjusting to life on the road with a little one. There's a certain maturity involved in that story as well.
Again, maturity and balance. How do you go out and play high-level disc golf when you have a new family member, especially a little youngster that you're completely in charge of? We don't have many parents on the tour. I don't think that's a big secret. Kristen Tatar, of course, being one of them. But other than that, not too many, especially at this age. We see some of our competitors are, taken to cats and dogs joining them, but certainly not quite the same when you're out on the road. So they've taken some time off. They're really just balancing out who can play, when they can play, which tournaments they're going to go to, and who's trading off which duties. It sounds like they also have lined themselves up for the next 3 weeks of high-level competition. This is the beginning of a very, very difficult stretch in the middle of the season, but with some time off over the last month or so, I think they're going to both be refreshed and ready to go. Paige was picking up a few wins locally in the last month. Grady's been taking some time off, so we'll see if they're both recharged and ready to go.
Certainly keeping the physical skills sharp by playing in those local events and gearing up to get back out on tour. Another player who has all the physical tools to play top-level disc golf and is knocking on the door of those first victories, Holland Handley. Holland Handley is here in Emporia, where distance is definitely an advantage to have. We heard from Holland during yesterday's press conference.
I tried to structure my schedule so that I never have more than 4 weeks in a row, so that I have that time to kind of let my body recover. And then the way I structure my weeks, with my gym training and my practice schedule, I usually have plenty of time to recover. I've needed a little bit of a mental reset. I feel like I've let kind of my expectations of myself and sounds weird, but like kind of the belief others have in me is kind of started to feed my ego in a way that I think is actually detrimental to my performance. So kind of this last week, taking a really hard look at, am I really doing the best I possibly can to prepare for each tournament? And so I'm kind of going into this next swing of the tour, kind of restructuring how I do some things and trying to get back focused on the process.
Terry, Holland right on the edge of breaking through.
Yeah, and as she was just saying, those expectations, and people like us, you and me, here in the media, we continue to say things like, well, Holland is clearly going to get a win. It's just a matter of when is that going to be. She's been in contention at a number of events. I think back to the Music City Open. We've seen her perform well time and time again, finding herself podium finishes, but she hasn't closed or sealed the deal just yet. We all know that's going to happen, though.
After this break, we're going to hop across the pond where the Euro Tour is in full swing. FPO highlights from Czechia next on the Disc Golf Network.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
So one of my friends gave me this set of DGPT trading cards because they know I'm into disc golf and looking at tiny pictures of my favorite players, I guess. Oh, wow. A relic card. It's it's got a piece of disc in it from Paul McBeath. Ha! So apparently that Paul McBeath relic card was pretty rare and worth a lot of money. So I got 3 more sets. The more I do this, the more I see why people get so intense about trading cards. I'm still doing this ironically, by the way. Oh my gosh. 6 time to 20, on card auto, case hit, bookend. It's gotta be at least a 9. Look at how perfect that is. Those sharp corners. 3 big hits, only 2 dupes. Oh, this box was a banger. I'm definitely sending this in. I'm buying all the Heinberg I can get my hands on. So if you see something...
We will grow the tour here in Europe so that the top European players don't need to go to US to showcase their skills, to make disc golf their living, but they can play here. We're going to have same payouts as they have in US, same level of coverage. Disc Golf Network's already here to cover 8 of the 12 events, so with the absolutely same treatment as the US Elite Series have. So this is exciting, and for the players, for audience, for sponsors, for everybody, for the sport. The goal is to to really catch up with the US, and I believe that the European potential is even bigger. We've got a huge economy and everything, and there's no reason why European disc golf couldn't be the professional, real professional sport in very foreseeable future. The steps we are making and the sport is making every year are just huge, and I hope that everybody will be able to see it this weekend here in Konopiště.
Day one action from the Konopiště Open in Czechia. We start off with a familiar face, Rachel Turton of the United Kingdom. That approach, good for birdie on hole number 2. Rachel in a 3-way tie for second. Everybody chasing Anneli Tugas Mainistay of Estonia. Leading the way after round number 1, here is her upshot on 17. That's one of 7 birdies on the day for Anneli. She's 5 down after 1 round at the Konopiště Open. Back in the United States, Terry Miller in Emporia alongside the PDGA's Hayden Henry. Take it away, guys.
Well, again, welcome in everyone. Hayden Henry joining me from the PDGA. Hayden, we were just watching all the excitement and the play that's taking place over there in Europe. What a time we are living in. People are going to have to make a decision about what they're watching in terms of live disc golf.
Just an incredible day, really. And it started at 1:30 in the morning, our time here. And I think I added it up. You got 18 hours consecutively of live disc golf going on right now. So just an incredible day for the PGA Euro Tour to kick off on the Disc Golf Network, the first of 8 events, plus the 2 Elite Series and the majors going on. So, yeah, you get to pick. We have an American world champion playing in Czech Republic and a European world champion playing in Emporia, Kansas. So, we're all spoiled.
I was just going to say, it sounds like we're incredibly blessed for everything that's going on. You're seeing all of the events on screen, and they'll be able to watch Disc Golf Network throughout the entire year. We're going to continue to bring, it almost feels like there's a swing that's going to take place of us going over there and seeing a lot of this disc golf live on the network. What type of coordination goes into something of that nature with the 2 tours?
Oh, all kinds. This is something that's been in the works for probably close to a year. You heard Matej talk about it. They have put in so much work on the ground in Europe to make this happen in coordination with the Disc Golf Network and the PGA Europe and everything. So, yeah, incredibly blessed. A head-spinning amount of coverage, and we might have to host a watch party at 1:30 in the morning here in Emporia.
I was just thinking that although you just said 18 hours of coverage, thankfully you're not hearing all of me or all of any one commentator for 18 hours of coverage, but it's out there and it's available. They can also follow along on UDisc as well as the PDGA scoring. So as we were just saying, plenty of disc golf out there. Do you, dare I ask, any bold predictions that I could ask of you?
Oh, I have no idea. It's going to be wild, like we've seen all year, whether it's here or abroad. So if you're watching on YouTube today, I got to remind you, if you're a PDGA member, you get a 50% discount on your Disc Golf Network subscription, so you can watch 36 hours of disc golf this weekend for a low price of about $4. So.
All right. Well, throughout the rest of the weekend, we'll also get more updates and initiatives from the PDGA. Thank you very much, Hayden, for filling us in.
Indeed, thanks to my colleague Hayden Henry for all of that information. The last elite stop on the tour was the Portland Open, and with that, our friends at UPlay brought disc golf to the community. Let's take a look at the impact they made.
What do you think about what you're witnessing in this program with UPlay teaching at your school's PE department?
Well, we got this huge expanse. We're going to put in 9 holes out here so the public and kids can play, and it's a teaching course, and all you need is a few discs.
And now having a course, we got you guys some equipment. We're giving your students some discs to take home. We're also leaving your PE department with a couple of books. You think you guys will keep playing disc golf?
Oh, I know we are. I think the history classes are starting to play disc golf as well. So yeah, that's it. Having access to it and teaching the PE teachers how to play, it should be great.
FPO lead cards are just moments away from teeing off, but before that happens, we preview upcoming MPO action for this afternoon, where Ricky Wysocki looks to defend his title. Back in a moment.
Double G Craft Jerky has been a favorite of mine for years. The unique flavors and delicious taste make it the perfect snack. Every bag of Double G Jerky sold contributes to the Double G Children's Foundation, which helps support youth disc golf. Visit doublegjerky.com and use coupon code DGPT on your order to get a free 1-ounce bag of jerky with your order.
A big stretch of tournaments coming up. We got, this week at the Dynamic Disc Open, we got the Des Moines Challenge and we got the Preserve, and then we head straight to Europe. So we got a lot of tournaments coming up, so I was just wanting to take a week off. I did play 3 weeks in a row for the first time in a while, so I wanted to just take a week off and just kind of get here and start just getting my game ready for these next couple months. Really, I think the second half of the season I'm starting to feel healthy, and I really feel like I can pick up a couple wins here coming soon. I know a lot of people are going through injuries, whether it's elbow, shoulder. Disc golf's not necessarily a high impact sport like I would say football maybe, but it's just a repetitive sport where you're going to be blowing out shoulders, elbows. It doesn't matter how much you stretch or work out. You're stressing your joints every throw, and we're pushing our bodies to the max.
Terry, we didn't intend this show to have a running theme talking about injury and health, but that's just the way it is. Ricky, another example of a player that's had to overcome some physical ailments this year.
Yeah, of course, sidelined by his Lyme injury. He's talked about what that meant for him and his wrist. And I remember thinking back to seeing him at the Beaver State Fling, and I said, hey, will we see you at the next event? And he said, yeah, I need to make up as many points as I can. He's been sidelined up until that point. He tried to make a comeback, but he wasn't quite fully healthy enough for it. So when I had just asked him about being at the Zootown, you heard him say it, that I still need to make sure I pace myself. This upcoming stretch, which we just referenced, of the 3 events here stateside and then the international travel, very grueling on our competitors. And he said, yes, disc golf's a very repetitive sport. To be fair, he throws less shots than most. So maybe it's not quite as taxing on him, but Ricky Wysocki is back and he's ready to go.
Isn't that funny about disc golf? The goal of disc golf, in a sense, is to play less disc golf. Well, Ricky is back here at the Dynamic Disc Open where he is the defending champion, so certainly in comfortable surroundings.
Yeah, and he loves coming here. Of course, this is the home of his primary sponsor in Dynamic Disc. In fact, they had to have a helicopter entrance for him when he was making his announcement in the last couple of years. So Ricky, very comfortable here. Also, the fact that I remember the 2016 World Championships, just a few hundred feet from where I'm standing right now, he was crowned world champion for the first time ever. And then he went on to win it again in 2017. But you have to imagine those memories, everything that he knows in what really Emporia embodies about disc golf, that kind of just seeps through. So Ricky Wysocki, if he's got the boonie hat out, we know that he's going to be contending and providing trouble for the rest of the field this weekend.
Back to the FPO field where featured cards are moments away from teeing off. A big field, so lots of players on course. When we get back, we'll set things up and look at any early leaders that have already been playing this morning in Emporia. Back in a moment.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series, Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge?
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
Already on course this morning in Emporia, Emily Beach, the lefty and my fellow Oklahoman out in front. 4 down through 6, Cynthia Ricciati, 3 down through 4, Alexis Mondahano eagled the first. We'll send you to the main broadcast. Thanks for joining us on Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network.
Give it up for your Dynamic Disc Open champion, Ricky Wasaki!
Logan Harpool hands it from way downtown. I feel like Ricky could be out there rowing a boat with that hat today.
And a park job.
What a putt by James Conrad.
Wow. It is just unreal.
Your 2022 Dynamic Disc Open champion, Kristen Tatar.
Welcome into beautiful Emporia, Kansas for the Dynamic Disc Open. Coming off her win in Missoula last weekend and looking for 3 Emporia wins in a row is Kristen Tatar. Can someone from the field make a run at the world #1? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Sarah, let's watch some disc golf. And welcome into the booth at Emporia Country Club. I am Ian Anderson. That is world champion Sarah Hokom right there. We're back at Emporia again, another DDO. I'd love to get your thoughts as we head into round 1.
I'm really excited to come back from that West Coast swing. We're going to add a few more players to the field that haven't been here. We've got Paige Hsu, KT Tate, Haley, Caroline, and then, of course, a little bit of a redesign on this Emporia Country Club, which is very interesting, increasing the scoring. And even more important, Valerie Mondahano is finally back from her injury. I'm really excited to see what she can do out here.
Yeah, I think the whole disc golf world is very excited to see Val back in action. Let's check out her last season. It was a very good one for Mondahano. I think this was the early shot of the year contender, Sarah.
Just incredible control with Obi on the left and the right and a crosswind. She parks it for the birdie.
Getting her win there in Waco. And then she looks so dominant in Portland. Just could not miss on the green.
When everything's dialed in there, it is easy golf, and you can't believe that you could even play that well sometimes. And you just think it's never going to go away.
And then followed it up with Beaver State Fling. A wet Beaver State Fling. These putts from the edge of the circle, shallow circle too. She was looking just so confident. Automatic from that right.
And that kind of string of wins can really propel your season. And we saw her finishing really well last season.
And let's check out her stats from last year. Her ranking came in 5th. Solid showing in the championship. Best stats are scrambling and C1X putting, I believe that.
Yeah, she has a great approach game. And of course, her putt is always strong and dialed.
Man, it's a good year when you win 1 on tour. You win 3 on tour, you're having a great one. It is tough these days, Sarah.
Yeah, you're telling me. Especially with, of course, Kristen in the field.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
exactly.
she has just been dominant this season.
She has looked unflappable.
But Valerie looking to make a change to that.
Yeah, right? There is Val warming up. That putt sounded good. Looks as clean as ever. My man Corey Myrtle is working on a little documentary going on right now. Really excited to see that.
He always does great work.
Yeah. And there are your scores as they sit. Oh, Holly Finley I saw Cynthia Ricciardi was 3 for 3. Followed up. Emily Beach, you always like her chances out here, Sarah.
She loves this course. She's got a booming lefty line, so I'm really looking forward. I think she's due soon.
Honestly, with you. This is hole 1. Ella Hansen putting for birdie. Nice stroke to start your day.
Yeah, from 25 feet, solid, coming back from behind the basket, uphill. That's a great way to start.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your 10:05 tee time for the 2023 Dynamic Disc Open. First up on the box, let's give it up for your 2014 Donkey Creek Open champion, Kona Montgomery.
Kona has blasted one nearly 500 feet off this tee before. And that is very nice as well.
Next up on the box,
You can get
let's
up
give
that
it up for the
upslope. It's going
2010
to help you
Buffalo
get
City Open
farther up
champion,
that fairway on that
Katrina
second shot.
Allen. Next up, let's get a big round of applause going for the 2021 Salty Classic champion, Holland Hanley.
I love the tournaments they're pulling out of the record books here, Sarah.
Obscure references. I like it.
You love Holland's chances on a course like this. Huge arm.
Also due for a win soon.
Yes.
And rounding out the box, let's get your hands together for the 2022 Hideaway Open champion, Caroline Henderson.
Nice to see Caroline again. She made a splash early in the year.
Coming back from a form change that left her off tour for the last few weeks.
Was it a backhand form change?
Yes, she was having some friction issues causing major
Good luck, ladies.
splitting in
Have a
her
good round.
fingers.
Oh my gosh.
So she changed her grip and some form issues
Wild.
to combat that.
That looked great. We're going to jump ahead. Hansen on the tee. In this fairway safe, and we're going to jump to a quick break on the network. We'll be back to the action in Emporia in just a few moments.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
This is Latitude 64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player and for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome.
My name is Ricky Wysocki. I founded the Saki Bomb Foundation as a nonprofit committed to growing the sport of disc golf with youth. We've already sent first putt packages to schools in all 50 states with the generous support from our sponsors. Visit SakiBombFoundation.org.
Look at Holland Hanley on the fairway of 1, throwing her second.
Going with the sidearm. That opens up the airspace.
That's nothing wrong with that one, Sarah.
Yeah, crested that hill. She'll still have about 300 to the basket.
Montgomery throwing 2. And making solid progress. Let's take a look back at last year's Dynamic Disc Open. Tatar with the forehand play through the woods. What a shot. Big uphill hole.
And both of these holes are actually no longer the same on this course this year.
Huh. This hole 15. Nope. And the island hole. 1 stroke, I believe.
Iconic this hole is. Pushing that back wall. 18 also has a new tee this year.
Ooh. A new spectator area as well, I heard.
Lots of adjustments.
Yeah.
Hoisting the trophy.
Nice. And there she is warming up. And she just won last weekend at the Zootown Open. If you're still waiting for that final round MPO side, it is not coming. Evan Scott won. I'm getting a lot of Instagram messages this weekend. Hey, where's that round 3 video, Ian? It was canceled.
T1 shot.
Nope.
Yeah, the lead card never started.
Yeah. But congrats to Kristen. She played the full 3 rounds, got it done in commanding fashion. That's been her story this year. There's scores as they sit. Monduhano, the Alexis version, playing very well.
Haley King, 2 down through 2.
Ooh, I saw her. You like her chances out here if she's feeling it. And back to 1 for Holland.
Got that green on the left that she's got to watch out for.
It looked a little sod. It was a lot sod. Somehow stays safe though.
She will have those juniper bushes in her way, taking birdie out of play unless something miraculous happens.
We've seen some funny putts from in, over, and around those things over the years. Panis grabbing range for her third. Solid caddy work there. Do you like the bush now yourself, Sarah, or do you have the caddy do it?
I like it myself, often taking multiple shots in different spots to find flex points.
Oh, wow. That one's up there a little bit short. And now Montgomery.
She caught a little bit of that tree, but looks like C1 a solid look at birdie.
Yeah. Love that to start your day. You mentioned Haley King. Here she is on 3.
Looking for that turnover. She doesn't like it.
No. Hansen on the same. Oh, we'll pop back over for Hansen. Here's the Allen approach. And that's into circle 1. And back to Hansen. And there's a par look coming up for Allen on 1.
Ella with the safe play with the sidearm. You really need the backhand to get the eagle here, but the sidearm is the open airspace.
And Manduhano about to tee off on 1.
Water to slow down the heart
That
rate.
first throw after a break's got to be nervy. That's well done. Holland Hanley and her birdie putt coming up for you here shortly. Marked as circle 2 for Hanley.
Looks like she's going to try to go up and over.
One of our better C2 putters on tour, I want to say. Ooh.
Valiant attempt at the dunk over the top. Her putting style has that loft that could have gone in.
Yeah. There was a layup. And Katrina will walk to a par putt. Gosh, Holly Finley's sitting on 5 straight birdies right now. See that?
That's incredible. And that is all the ones you really need to get. I mean, even starting with a bogey.
Allen for par. And that one finds home.
Always great to start with a relatively short putt on the first hole.
I feel like that first putt can do a lot for your mental game.
In a lot of the books I've read, it really can affect a player throughout the round, or is known to affect players, although we try not to let any putts affect the next.
Easier said than done sometimes. I believe a Montgomery in par. And we are going to swing into a break, but when we come back, Manduhano and Tatar take the tee on the Country Club.
I just have a few things. My name is Dave Bunting from Tallahassee, Florida, here on behalf of the city of Emporia to welcome you to the 2023 Dynamic Disc Open. Elite service.
Hi, I'm Innova Team Captain Nate Sexton. Welcome to our instructional disc golf series. Maybe even bank over to the right, and that's going to give the putt loft. Slight flex line, so you'll see this come out a little bit higher to give you a different shot shape. The farthest away player should go first.
Has it been since the injury?
I think it's been 2 months and 2 weeks.
The status of the ankle?
Not playing yet.
I think something like an injury that forces you to step away from your coping mechanism, which is just going out and playing, and really discover who you are and what you truly want.
I don't remember walking and trying to play that practice round, and my ankle felt worse than when I actually played the first time. My ankle feels stiff though now. Yeah.
To go out there and now put a lot of stress and torque on it can lengthen the recovery process.
You're lifting on it.
So do you think it's better if I just sit out
When I was
Texas?
playing on the tour, I was almost never healthy. And it got to a point for me where I had to question who I was as a person.
Even if I'm an athlete, I'm still human, and it still takes a lot, I think, mentally to get through. And so to take a step back, even if that's not playing for a couple months, is a lot.
And there she is, back on tour. Sarah, you know what that's like. You battled some elbow injuries over the years. Probably
injuries to most of my body.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I didn't want to pick apart, but that's the one that jumped out at me.
It can be absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
And I applaud her for being able to come back, take the the positive attitude, and use it as a.
Lilac City Open champion, Sai Ananda. Next up on the box, give it up for the 15th annual Nacogdoches Open champion, Valerie Manduhano. Third up on the box, put your hands together for the 2017 Sula Open champion, Kristen Tatar. Your 10:25 tee time. Let's give it up for the 2019 Knoxville Ice Bowl champion, Macy Valadez. Great shot.
I was like, come on. I'll take you.
Looking at Sayananda on one's fairway.
Shot, but she's right in the middle, avoiding that OB that has actually been brought in quite a bit on that left side is key. And then, of course, all the trees on the right side will obstruct if you're trying to get a big shot, which, you know, to get this birdie, you need 300 3 times.
Truth. Looking at Macy Vela-Diaz. Macy, fantastic sidearm and backhand.
Very conservative play, but still with tons of distance. Both sidearm and backhand is going to really come into play on this course for Macy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, over the years at DDO, you really see the sidearm come into play on this course.
Especially with wind.
Oh.
Playing to the wind is, you may choose one day to play a sidearm off of, then the next day the backhand favors the wind.
Looking at Maduhano. And her first tee shot. Fortunately, now throwing 3.
It's a big pump up the hill.
Oh no.
It's safe, but obstructed by those junipers.
Ella Hansen, 4. That is Ella's 3rd on the par 4. She'll have a chance to save. Started 3 for 3. And your world number 1, Tatar on one's fairway.
Putting a move on that. Trying to get within the circle's range. Not quite there.
Looking like par coming up for Tatar. Jumping ahead to Hansen and might have been a stroke ahead of ourselves. That was for birdie. She will drop in par. And let's check out our UDisc powered course close-up on this Emporia Country Club track. It gets better every year, Sarah.
They really have made some great adjustments.
Kansas's #3 course, 4th best disc golf shared in the world. Shouts to our man EMAC for the design.
2 completely brand new holes this year. And they've extended or adjusted holes, and they've tightened up the OB in a few places. So I think he's going to score a little bit better in some areas and a little more difficult in other holes. Speaking, and hole 1 being one of those that have tightened up that OB.
Yeah, I like that change up there. It makes you keep it a little tighter. And this famous hole 16. You can find crazy hole 16s like that all over the world. 14,000 courses listed. Looking back at Vela D on 1, throwing 3.
Left that a little inside.
Shallow circle 2.
Macy also a great putter.
She is.
Maybe don't want to start out with a 30-footer, but
if it goes in.
Exactly. It can bring you that confidence through the rest of the round.
And Maduhano. Not too far under there. That's her 4th. That was
beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
Very skilled shot. And also, you know, she's got a new bag. So throwing an Anheuser from a stretch out is pretty incredible with a disc that's probably not as beat as she wishes it was.
Great point. Looking at Ananda now. Size 3rd.
Beautiful. She's
Look
got that great flip up game. Just bullets right at the pin.
Uh-huh.
And a Mary Poppins umbrella today. I love it. She's the best style.
You gotta love the sunbrella. How about the sleeves on that shirt?
Also very unique. I love it. Anything Sai does in her outfits, I'm into it.
I've told this story without you before. I was back at Rocky Mountain Championships, which you remember, unfortunately.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sai, we got into a playoff on the last hole, and Sai, I threw a great shot off the tee, and Sai threw it in from 60 foot
It was
to
windy,
win
too.
the playoff in one hole.
Tatar. I should give her a putt.
So still in birdie range for Tatar. That last one was her second shot that she threw very skillfully to the center. Not a lot of wind out here today.
Mm-hmm.
It's also coming from a slightly different direction than players may have practiced in. We're expecting slight turns in that wind direction every day, but nothing super heavy.
Vela Diaz with a long look at birdie. Not off by much. Manduhano. It is a par look. I can't imagine the nerves on that putt.
Absolutely. Fine.
Mhm.
That's important.
Yep.
Hit metal. Almost saved a par from an out-of-bounds lie with a couple skilled shots. So she's still looking good. It's always tough to start after, everybody else has had months to kind of get their game in shape, and now we're all expecting Valerie to have it together in one round or one hole. I think it might take a few, and as would make sense.
Tatar coming back. And looking like that was... We'll wait for the UDisc update here. Yeah, that was a par putt for Tatar, unfortunately. We'll be dropping in bogey now. Monduhano also a bogey. Yeah. Ananda, this is a drop-in birdie. Solid start. Grabbing 2 strokes on Tatar. We are looking at Ella Hansen now on the tee of 5. Ella with a 3 for 4 start currently as Ananda takes the tee of 2. She's so good at this shape, Sarah.
Absolutely. It does need to stop a little bit early of that right side. Looks like it did.
There is OB right, but looks like she'll be okay.
It's pretty far right. You have to really get in there. The real trouble is that left side.
Henderson.
Which Macy is heading
Macy,
right
thank you.
towards. She needs it.
Nice.
Great location, risk reward, and it worked out.
Monduhano now.
Great line from Valerie.
Yeah, maybe a little overturned. We'll see how that ended up. And Tatar. Finding fairway safe.
The farther right the player is, the less open that next shot is, unless you've got a great sidearm, which several of these ladies do.
Jumping ahead to Missy Gannon. 5. Her second.
Throws it inside.
Whoa. Let's check out Sarah's synopsis, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
So managing the wind on the tee and on approach angles, it's not too bad today, but it will change throughout the weekend. Also keep it inbounds. The OB is a little bit tighter, and every hole is lined with OB. So if you miss your shot, you're going to hit the OB, take that risk reward where it's appropriate. And finally, commit to that putting target. When that wind picks up, make the adjustments and commit to that target you've chosen.
We are back on 2 with Mondohano throwing 2. Very nice. A long look at birdie still. Jumping ahead to 5 again for Haley King throwing 2. Almost throws it in. She'll have a circle's edge look for the comeback birdie. I'll look down at the Country Club from our Flight Factory drone, and there are your scores. Holly Finley still doing it, Sarah.
She is on fire. Even got hole 8. I mean, I'm excited to see how she plays this back, which gets a little bit more difficult.
And we're seeing some big numbers on 8 already, and she's one of 2 birdies, I want to say, already on the day. Bodes well. Yeah, just 2 birdies. Bella Diaz throwing 2 on 2.
Park job.
There's her husband and cat. His first name escaping me right now, though. Do you remember? No, we're both taking the L there, so. As usual, our man Terry Miller coming through in the clutch. It is Jamie, is Macy's husband. Great guy. Terry and Jamie. Ananda throwing 2.
Coming up a little short, turning a little early. It's really rough over there. She may not have a look.
Yeah, Terry, did you get your eyes on that Ananda approach there?
I'd give it about circle's edge. It did get caught up on that right-hand side. It can't be more than a few feet in, but it's certainly going to be obstructed.
Yeah, well, hopefully she can find a hole out of the woods. Tatar with the forehand for her second.
Doesn't quite get the fade in, but still a look from circle 2.
On 5, Haley King, you saw the approach. Here's the birdie putt. Wow.
Gorgeous stroke.
What a start for King. Allen, tee of 4. What's the game plan here, Sarah?
Straight as far as you can, or if you have the right, so you open up that approach shot. But this is going to be just fine. As long as it gets down.
In time. But yeah, that really opens up the angle for the second, doesn't it?
And the birdie's available from that left side. It's just you can't see the basket at all. So you have to kind of guess as you're throwing it in.
Another 4 for 5 start. This one by Hansen. As we jump back to Mondohano, her third to set up a par drop in.
At the top of the leaderboard, she also got hole 9. She is on a heater with 7 in a row.
Dang. Tatar, circle 2, look at birdie.
There's the putt.
There it is.
Found it. Great recovery. Bounce back for Kristen after that bogey to start.
Sayananda is headed into the... I thought this got farther up than that.
That's going to be obstructed by a lot. She may have to go around the outside.
Looks like she's going to punch through.
Such a difficult lie.
Yeah.
And also still at the edge of the circle.
Did she throw?
I missed it if she did. It looks like she did.
Oh. Terry, did you see that disc come out for Ananda?
I'm standing behind the green, and I didn't see it make very much progress either. And in fact, she's going to bury herself back in there.
Oh, man.
A more makeable putt. The rough is looking at about 20 feet on that side, but still obstructed. And Sai her main putt is not a straddle, so this is going to take some upper body control and difficult to get power from that position. And she's going sidearm.
Oh my goodness. Turbo? She is, right?
Okay, yeah, no, that's what I
Yeah.
said.
Nope.
Oh, changing the mind. Now we're pitching.
I'm going to go with dad putt. Oh, we are going to horseshoe putt.
Horseshoe shovel putt.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay. Unfortunate for it's going to be the bogey for
Yeah.
her, but that's genius way to try to get out of there.
Yeah. Madhu Hano looking at par. Putt looks good
Center.
there.
Yeah, center pull.
Bella Diaz. It's a birdie look for Macy. That's a birdie make. Ananda. Drops in her bogey and heads to 3.
Giving back that birdie she got on the first hole, and Kristen getting back that bogey.
Oh yeah, how about that?
She took.
All right. You've been talking about her, Sarah. Holly Finley. Wow.
You know, traditionally she's kind of avoided DDO. She's missed this tournament quite a few times, but they've made great adjustments to the course, and I think she's decided it's worth her time to come back and try her skills out here, and clearly she's showing that she's got them.
Yeah.
I mean, the scoring is all on the front as well, but there's still some stuff on the back, especially a couple of these new holes. I expect her to be able to get a few more under.
All right, let's see it. Gosh, that 4 and 8 is looking just fantastic. Emily Beach was off to that great start, picked up a hockey stick there. It'll get you. Here are your Arcana current conditions. It's kind of a beautiful day in Emporia.
It really is. The humidity's still down. We expect that to maybe change throughout the day. The wind direction's still low. We don't expect it to pick up much. Slightly different, pretty opposite wind than they've had in practice, but it's so low that it's not going to make that much of a difference. Players are used to much heavier winds in this part of the country.
Yes, they are. And there were some really heavy winds around the area last night. Thoughts and prayers to all those people affected by the tornadoes last night. Oh, my goodness. Over in Oklahoma or Texas. Just ripped through a town out there. It's also Father's Day weekend coming up.
Yes. Cards and phone calls made.
Get your dad a subscription to the Disc Golf Network, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looking at hole 3, Bella Diaz on the box.
Really close to that OB. Going with the sidearm, which is more the safe play. We're looking for a birdie and maybe taking eagle out of play.
Tatar now. as is tradition for Kirsten Tatar's center fairway. Manduhano next to bat.
Safely out to the left. Maybe wanted a little more turn on that. But this gap is pretty tough at 175. This big elm tree on the left, trying to get under it. If you're trying to throw the Anheuser, the sidearm's going to fade back to the fairway. Of course, side going backhand with the possibility of an eagle. That's a great look from circle 2.
Yeah, should make a very easy birdie if she wants it. We'll see if she gives it a run for the eagle 2. Jumping ahead, Haley King on the tee of 7. This tee shot, Sarah.
Intimidating. And with low branches just 50 feet off the tee.
Haley King puts it through the wickets under the branches, but too low, Sarah.
She could still get the birdie from there. She's going downhill.
Katrina Allen, a birdie putt on hole 4. Allen would go on to drop in that par, and on 7 again, Missy Gannon.
That's
out in that fairway,
very
safe.
close to the edge of the OB.
Yeah. But thankfully marked as safe. Looking down at Tatar, now on the ground, throwing 2.
That sits down right at the edge of the circle. Putt for birdie. Probably wanted to push that a little further down the hill. It is quite an elevation loss, though, from that. And that tree on the left could block the approach.
Tatar looking over at Macy Vela Diaz, who's lining up her second.
Great approach. Easy drop in there for the birdie. And a flex. He's flexing on us already, huh?
Already.
Okay.
I love it. I think this is where it started a couple years ago at the Dynamics Open. Down the stretch, Macy was hitting some incredible putts. And it was just, she busted out the flex. Manduhano's approach is fantastic.
Not looking rusty on that shot.
Not at all. Hansen on 7. 4 down through 6. That one had more air in it, but
Players are struggling to get any further down from that
that's
OB.
interesting, isn't it?
Maybe really difficult to line up that birdie from that far up the hill. There's a lot blocking you on the way to the basket.
Ananda looking at eagle if she wants it. A very easy birdie if she doesn't.
Looks like it caught just a little bit of the tree, but really good attempt. And again, drop in birdie.
No eagles today here on hole 3. A lot of birdies though. Tatar, speaking of birdies.
Perfect height.
It's just automatic.
with her stoic self,
I know, right?
continuing to know we're early in the game.
Villa Diaz cleans up birdie nicely. Manduhano should do the same. So we'll get Val back to even on the day. There she goes. And then one more drop-in birdie. This one coming from Ananda. And Sai back to under on the day.
That'll be a star frame.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. Holland Hanley, tee of 5. It's out there.
Yeah, safe tee shot. I like that left line.
Haley King on 7, a birdie putt. You said she could still birdie after that drive, and you weren't wrong. She could have made that. Left it a little low, though. A live look down from our Flight Factory drone.
Nice green grass out here. Last
it?
time we were here, it had already kind of burned up from the sun.
Yeah, the country club is looking beautiful this year.
Holly picked up another birdie on one of the new holes, 7 through 11.
That is scorching. Gosh, Haley King, Ella Hansen are also off to a solid start. Speaking of Hansen, the birdie putt on 7. And King and Hansen both 5 down through 7 holes. Missy Gannon. It's a birdie putt. Big money Missy doesn't miss.
Really skilled approaches by these ladies. They were all up the hill relatively far and were able to navigate these 2 huge trees in the way on the way to the basket.
And Missy Gannon joining that 5 down. That card is playing.
Eating off of each other,
Yeah,
likely.
that happens, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Bella Diaz now on the tee of 4.
Throwing the full turnover. I like this play, putting you on that right side, but she did come up short in that ditch. Could be difficult footing.
Tatar.
Good move on the disc.
Oh my.
That's going to open up that approach. She still may not be able to see the basket, but the flag will be visible.
Manduhano.
That OB comes up quicker on the left. They've tightened up that left side this year.
Ananda. Ooh, it's getting full flight, Sarah.
Another great long turnover. Slow turning discs are some of my favorite flights to watch.
Isn't it the best? It's also my favorite. Holland Hanley for birdie. Hole 5. You saw her drive.
Great putt. Get her a couple under.
Yeah.
She's looking to get a few more birdies here in these next few holes.
Looking back down at your feature card, making their way up Fours fairway. You can see Sai and her umbrella down there. Looks like Tatar out in front. Sarah, we've been to Emporia, I feels like, for like 10 years straight. It's probably even longer for you.
Yes.
Do you have a favorite restaurant in Emporia?
Oh, Casa Ramos.
Casa Ramos?
Yeah. Try the Jenny.
What is that?
It's a margarita.
Oh, I'm down. Allen on 6.
Wow, that was tracking an ace, and what a beautiful flip up.
And Val was very close to OB, so close. She's straddling the line.
Wow.
And given in.
That's great. She did look like she kind of aired out that shot a little bit. Wasn't happy with the release, but, you know, saved it inbounds and still has an option to get a birdie if she can throw a skilled approach shot here. Basket is sitting just over that wall on the right side, obstructed by the knoll leading up to that golf green. She doesn't need to see the basket, apparently.
She won't need a putt either. Drop in birdie coming for Val. Doesn't want Mason to carry the bag, though.
She probably doesn't want to wear him out for
his round later.
Yeah,
Oh, that's very nice of her.
Yeah, relationship compromises.
Allen for birdie. You saw the drive. There's the comeback, and Katrina Allen off to a start today. She's kind of due for one, too, isn't
She's always a contender. You can never count her out, especially on this course. She has a very strong history here. Macy with a little bit of a run-up issue here.
It's away. It looks a little right. Let's see if it swings in. Not quite. Terry, how is Macy looking after that second shot there?
Well, it was heading toward the tree line, and then it just absolutely disappeared on me when I saw the flagger give the X as if it's going to be out of bounds or it's maybe even uncertain. So
okay.
A little magic trick here for the disappearing disc.
Never a good thing to happen on the disc golf course. The OB line's about, looks like half the way into the woods, excuse me. Ananda's second needs to hustle over.
That'll be a putt back at it, relatively open. I think her arm waving may have got it to Heiser a little quick.
Absolutely. Tatar, a fantastic drive. Going to the standstill for her second.
Probably looking at close to 200 feet to the pin, and you can't really see it. She may have the flag visible.
And a Tatar in there for birdie likely.
That flipped up nicely. Hopefully it gets left far enough to be inbounds. Looks great.
A little score check-in for you. A lot of action early.
So many birdies.
Women are tearing this course up. You'll love to see it.
Several 5 through 7, 4 through 6 for Cat, 4 through 7 for the other cat.
It's a cat fight down in fifth.
Sure.
Terry, have you had to use your disc searching skills yet?
Well, the entire group is over there, and it looks as if it may have gotten pulled in by a tree branch and maybe even over the fence. I haven't hustled over there just yet. We don't need to call in the backups, but it's not looking good.
No, it is not. Thank you, Terry. So you got to find it, right, Sarah, before you can take a lie, right?
Oh, absolutely. And, if you can't find it, I mean, the choice is to go back to your previous lie, which is pretty far away at this point.
Yeah.
And it's kind of amazing to not be able to see it when you've got a catch cam and spectators and so many support folks.
It is looking thick over here, though, isn't it?
And at some point, they'll have to start the clock.
Yeah. 2 minutes, is it? 3? They called in the big dog, Sarah. Terry's there. Nobody really wants to hop that fence, do they, Sarah?
That's
don't blame
what caddies are for.
Come on, Mason. Let's jump ahead to some actual disc golf action. Missy Gannon, T of 8.
Big hyzer. Excellent placement.
You see so many OBT shots on that hole 8.
It's very tempting to get up there and just rip it. You've got all this empty space and air, but that left side OB comes up quick.
Hansen. Ella keeping it low. Is it too low, though? Yes.
And that is the trouble on the right side. Flattening it out, and because it is slightly uphill, you don't get that fade back.
Off the fence. Yeah. Okay. I just didn't want to play it wrong.
So it looks like she's getting a spot from the card here.
We assume they found the disc on the other side of that fence, and this is the lie she's getting.
And Terry, how did the search go down there on the ground?
Well, they were way off the mark, and ultimately I found it. It was across the fence. OB.
Terry's the best, man.
Macy with a short approach, leaving yourself a little putt.
Shout out to Terry, but also a shout out to all this beautiful groundskeeping work done over these past months and weeks to get this course looking all beautiful.
It's as green as I've ever seen it.
Same.
Also, you can see that left side of 8, the basket in the center of your screen, they've cleared out a ton of brush there and even had a big tree come down.
Huh.
So it is a little bit prettier, opens up the space, and also gives you more of an opportunity to go OB on that side.
Vela Diaz is a bogey save coming up. Macy picking up a double, erasing the birdies on 2 and 3, unfortunately. Ananda, let's see if she has a look at this birdie. Mark the circle 1.
Another obstructed putt. This one she doesn't have to horseshoe, though.
And flips that one in nicely. Her putt is just like a little wrist flick. And
Really
just,
touchy.
Yeah.
Great tempo. And she seems to be able to maintain it even through pressure situations, which is very difficult.
Tatar, a birdie look. And that's a turkey after bogey for Tatar. Manduhano drops in birdie. That's getting Val under on the day now. Bella Diaz back to even after the double. And let's jump ahead to Allen, throwing 2 on 5. And she'll have a birdie putt. We'll show you that on the other side of this break. Back in just a few.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series Fusion Ice Orbit 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge.
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
Hallo, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand can excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
I got 41 feet for Gossage.
It's a game of inches.
The Portland Open champion, Adam Hammes.
Welcome back to the action in Emporia. Tatar on the tee of 5.
Sidearm really opens up the airspace on this tee shot. Don't have to throw it that far. Just throw a skilled second shot as long as your first one's in bounds.
Manduhano.
Another great shot. Val taking a little more risk. That low backhand has the option to hit the tree above it, which could drop you down early.
Ananda. Bella Diaz looking to bounce back off the double on 4.
Kind of surprised she goes backhand here. Don't really need distance to get this one.
Mm-hmm.
She just must have might like that shot. I wonder if she fair.
A birdie look for Allen on 7 finds the cage. par putt for Holland. A parted for Allen on the drop in. Hanley sitting at 1 under on the day through 7. Tatar throwing 2.
That leaks back in. That sidewalk does come up quick. It is an uphill hyzer, so if you don't get it, the air under it, it could hit the ground too quick and slide straight.
Monduhano second.
Another near perfect approach.
Yeah, the approaches are looking really nice early.
Certainly one of her strengths. She led that last year in kind of her approach game, getting up and down.
Vela Diaz next. Lovely shot for Macy. Looks like edge of bullseye for the birdie look. Ananda. Last to throw her second. Nicely done by Sai. That should earn her a birdie. And let's check out this patented approach from Monduhano.
Baby hyzer sticking it right on that bullseye.
Gotta love it. And a huge thanks to our friends at Sunstein for sponsoring the patented moment of the day. Head over to sunsteinlaw.com. They'll take care of you. Patent, trademark, FT, they got you. Huge supporters of disc golf. We'd love to support them. Looking back here at hole 5's green. The meat of this hole is really that second shot, Sarah. It is a touchy one.
Yeah, it doesn't take much to give yourself at least that second shot to get in there. You know, a lot of birdies on this hole. This is definitely one of the most birdied holes on easier side.
Tatar for one of those birdies. A rare circle 1 miss for Tatar. Ananda drops in the birdie, no problem. Monduhano. Spins home the 3. And Walker will tap in this birdie. Or Walker, Vela Diaz, excuse me. It used to be Walker.
Yes, it did. Yeah.
I've only done that twice since she got married.
It is a little confusing. I always want to Bjerkes. I'm always calling her by her maiden name.
Cat Merch on hole 8. Oh my goodness.
And look at that clean scorecard.
Yeah.
All the way down there by that water that's now accessible on that hole.
Great, great birdie. Back on the tee of the same, Allen. From cat
That's
to
a little
cat.
high.
That looked really OB off the tee.
Yes.
Gannon on 8's green. a birdie look as well.
Whew. Cashing them in from that side.
Missy Gannon is on a heater. 6 down through 8. And confirming Allen was OB off the tee there. And now we'll check out her throwing 3 after the OB drive.
Just got to get really far up this hill. It's probably 250 feet to the crest. Plays it wide next to that OB. That's a great shot.
Yeah. You see so many times when players go OB off the tee there, try to go for a little extra and go OB again.
That's exactly where you get into trouble on that hole.
Haley King with a nice birdie. That is hole 8 played well by that card. Manduhano back on the tee is 6.
Pin high. It's a safe landing zone.
Ananda.
Nanda looking for a little more turn than Val got.
That's what she got, Sarah. Did it dry up on circle 1's edge, though?
It did seem to come up a little short. And to an elevated basket.
Bella Diaz.
Sidearm certainly opens up the airspace a little bit. Another pin high look similar to Val's.
And now Tatar. Going to the flex forehand, but it's fading early for Kristen.
That could be trouble.
She okay?
Looks inbounds, but on the edge.
They have really tightened up the OB this year, Sarah.
In a lot of places. In the OB on that right side, is right at the inside circle 2.
Ella Hansen. We believe a bogey putt on 8, and that does find home. Back to 4, still a really nice front 9 for Ella. Hole 8 playing is the second most difficult today, averaging 0.7 over par.
That is typical, and we don't even have any wind today.
Yeah, right.
The wind really brutalizes players on 8.
I thought 9 would have been the number 1, but it's not. It's 6 most difficult.
That one hasn't changed in a few years. Players may be figuring that one out a little bit.
Yeah.
That gut shot's usually what gets you.
Hole 13.
Kristen laying up.
Yeah.
Not even trying to make it.
Yeah, you mentioned hole 13. We were talking about that this morning. That's a tough one to get.
Yeah, that one's going to play really interesting.
Ananda putting for birdie.
From short, I wonder if she went mid off the tee here. That left her a little short. Deep is also bad. You don't want to blast it past. There is an OB sand trap on that right side deep. So this may have been the conservative play for Sai.
Almost gets it in. Coming up just short is the Ananda birdie look. Manduhano, a putt for 2. Just a little tentative on that elevated pin. Bella Diaz for birdie. To grab a stroke on the card.
Macy not making the mistake her card mates did, but also not making it. bunch of pars on a hole that the lead card is probably looking to get. I mean, 36% birdies on the field. Sometimes, you know, the way somebody plays a hole affects you as a card mate. Can kind of slow the card down a bit.
Bella Diaz comes back for par nicely. Rest of the women should. Shove from Monduhano.
The knuckleball?
Yeah, that it was, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what to call that, but
I don't know either.
I've never seen it before. 8, Allen throwing 4.
So after going out of bounds off the tee, here she is trying to save a par.
Oh, count that saved. What a shot. We're going to fly this hole 7, Sarah. Walk us through.
Yeah, this is a great hole for a backhand low flip up. You're going to have to get left, though, because there is OB coming up on this golf fairway. The ideal landing zone is going to be just beyond this golf fairway to the left side. That'll open up either a backhand or a sidearm into this green, but you've got to navigate wide around these 2 blocking trees. There is OB all the way up the left side as well with that walk.
Playing middle of the pack as far as difficulty, averaging right around par.
The tee shot is really the struggle on that hole.
Yeah. The tee tucked in the trees there as Monduhano steps up.
That's pushing pretty straight. Finds the OB. It's a balance between getting distance here to give yourself an open second shot and getting left. And all through this tight gap.
Ananda. It's low, but it should stay safe, and it does. Bella Diaz now. How's that going to work over there?
It's going to be tricky to get the right angle. She may have a sidearm around the outside over the OB.
Tatar.
That looks on the front side of those trees. It should be a great approach from there.
Jumping ahead to 9 with Haley King. A very demanding tee shot here.
Looking for this gut shot.
It looked right on the fairway. I saw a tickle and a green flag at least.
Drops to that plateau.
Montgomery with a par putt on hole 8.
Knocking it down.
Good par. That's grabbing 0.64 strokes on the field. Cat Murch on the tee at 9.
Who's 5 down through 8.
Ooh. The red flag from Murch. Par putt for Allen on 8. You saw the OB drive. This would be a nice scramble par.
What a recovery.
Gannon, tee of 9. That's tugged right as well. Oh, it comes out.
On the edge. She may still be able to recover from there. This tee shot proving to be even more demanding.
It's a tough one. You're playing all these open holes. You know, you can throw hyzers, and then all of a sudden you're in the woods with a very demanding tee shot. Ananda back on 7, throwing 2.
Gets chopped down early.
Terry, how far out is Ananda after that second? Looked like it caught a tree late.
I think that pair of elms will drop you just outside circle 2.
Manduhana readying her third after the OB drive.
She'll have over 300 feet to the pin here. I mean, outside those elms. Wow.
Fantastic.
That'll beat a safer par.
She's had some great recovery shots early. That shot from the bush on one, that turnover.
That's a true mental battle of not letting your a poor shot affect your next shot.
Jumping over to Vela Diaz next.
She does have this wide sidearm. She's got some trees early and then trees late that she's going to have to go around.
Hangs it out over the OB sidewalk. Skips into circle 2. Maybe edge of circle 1.
Great to consult with a loved one and caddy at the same time.
Yeah.
Jamie on the bag.
Tatar's second.
Excellent approach by Tatar. Pin high left side, just at the edge of the circle.
And the Trilogy Challenge is back. A disc golf tournament like no other. The event brings together players from all skill levels to compete with 3 specialty curated discs from Dynamic Discs, Latitude 64, and Westside Discs. This year's mid-range is Mattio's signature Westside Orbit Warship. Perfect for straight shots in the woods with tons of glide. To find an event near you and be part of this year's Trilogy Challenge, visit trilogychallenge.com. Those are really fun, man. I always finding myself falling in love with one of those discs and being
yes,
a
mission
permanent
accomplished.
bag slot. You know, it works, you know. Looking at Hansen on hole 9. Ella was OB off the tee. That was her third. Should work for the 5. Sai on 7, throwing 3. She will have that for 4. And then drop in par. Do you have the umbrella attachment for your Zuka cart, Sarah?
I sure do. It's necessary in the rain.
Might not be a bad play in the sun either, though, you know?
True, true. Just sitting under it,
Yeah.
enjoying shade wherever you are.
Yeah. Are they playing the Who's Out game here?
They are. Sometimes it's tough to tell exactly where the circle curves to.
Yeah.
Looks like she may be asking if she can jump this.
Yeah, I think you're right. Not to
Macy
be for
wishing she
Diaz.
could have jumped it, maybe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You know, having to add that little extra oomph sometimes, you know, messes with your alignment.
Tatar looking at birdie. No dice there for Tatar. Comes up short. Manduhano putts for par after the OB drive. Lovely.
What a save.
Bella Diaz walks to her par comeback. Ananda drops that one home for par, and Tatar will do the same. And as they walk over to 8th tee, we're going to let our sponsors do some talking. Back in just a few.
Yes, it is an Escape, and it's Lucid Plastic, Eyes Lucid Plastic, and it's Orbit, all at the same time. Lucid Eyes Orbit Escapes. Available now.
Making me a better player, making me a better man.
So my dad is one of the people who has encouraged me most in life. I started playing disc golf with my dad. Disc golf is a sport that can be enjoyed by everyone. So go lads and go have a great day on the course.
Millennium Sirius Falcon is a 13-speed distance driver. It's great for your hyzer flip shots, your flat shots, and your long, slow anhyzers. Get one in your bag today. Get yours at golfdisc.com. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all. You get 3 discs.
The Retro Orbit Pure.
Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
Fusion, Ice, Orbit, Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3?
Challenge.com.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
That is 8's tee down there. So we just flew up from the country club clubhouse. And Manduhano. This looks great.
Hung it out over the OB just a little bit. Now in the center of the fairway. That's the way to start this hole.
Ananda next up. Oh my goodness. I believe that settled in time. Terry, are you close enough to see?
Yeah, and I think she's going to dry up just short, and green flag for Ananda. She's safe.
Nice. Watching Bella Diaz tee now.
Great hyzer. It kind of looked like it was going to be pushed left right out of her hand, but that must be a stable disc. Just found the ground.
Tatar. Ooh, this needs to get down.
That is not Inbounds.
No.
That is the way to miss this hole. It slopes left, and anything that you release high and inside is likely going to be out of bounds after the skip. Players did have a crosswind in practice that was pushing left. So this is a different wind than they experience, or just the fact that there's no wind sometimes makes this shot a little bit more confusing. Questioning your aim points.
On 9. Katrina Allen, excuse me. Oh, that's a yank from Allen.
Another right push for the backhand thrower. It certainly plays to the backhand, even though that OB comes up on the left side. But it is slightly downhill, so that makes it kind of difficult to get the height right.
A live look down at your featured card, making their way up 8's fairway. Basket just below center screen at the top.
In some way, the changes on this have made it easier, but in other ways, it's made it harder. Clearing all of that line out on the third shot gives you more space to work, but it also makes it way easier to get into that water on that third shot.
There is Tatar grabbing her meter in after the OBT shot. Tatar sitting at 2 down on the day. We'll need 2 pretty good shots from here to get par, Sarah.
Yeah, and pushing this up this left lane can come with some dangers.
Oh, that's nice, though, isn't it?
That'll be great on that backside of that crest of the hill. And she'll have another sidearm of that, again, that open left side now that they took that tree out and cleaned up that whole water line. Should be standard for her to save her par.
Nice. Looks like Ananda will be next here on the featured card. Grabbing her meter in was not out of bounds, though.
This is 250 feet uphill, fairly narrow fairway. She'll want to push that right sidewalk.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of players even discs down in this shot, just something that will go very straight.
We're going to see a different, we're going to see a sidearm here. No, we're not.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I was like, okay. She looked like she was lining up a sidearm.
Is that more rare than a Hokom backhand? At this point, I think it might be.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Played the turnover up the hill.
Little baby cut roll didn't go anywhere, thankfully. Bella Diaz throwing 2. A live look down from our Flight Factory drone at that second shot. And Macy throwing that very well.
Yeah, the backhand at that same distance, there is a tree branch that comes into play on that right side just by the sidewalk in the kind of that shady area. So if you've got the sidearm, it's going to simplify this second shot.
Manduhano, her second.
She'll be challenging that same tree branch. Or she'll just throw it up the middle. That's great.
Yeah.
Great concept. I like that a lot. It takes the skilled angle control up a hill like that. But playing the fairway as much as you can, certainly the safe way to play the course. And if you're going to go out of bounds, you go out of bounds late.
I like that thought. Haley King on hole 9 for par. That is in. Let's check out that scorecard. It is solid.
Clean.
Your leader, Haley King, by a stroke over Katie Tate. A bogey for Gannon. Murch with
The knuckleball. It's 2 today.
Wow. A bogey there from Murch as well. This is 9's fairway. Looking like that was Montgomery out of bounds. But back to 8's fairway we go for your leaders. Cy making it easy to keep track of where they are. Looks like it will be Cy next here on the feature card. This will be Cy's third, hopefully setting up a birdie look. What, you got a distance guess here, Sarah?
Still well over 400 to the pin.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, she's probably out of position here. It's likely that she would have gotten in her practice rounds over the crest of this hill.
I'm gonna let you get these shots, and then I'm gonna do it. Swap it.
It's downhill with, I mean, with a turning shot for a backhand. If she flexes it, she's got a ceiling to try to get to the pin. So the real open airspace is that left side. And she throws it low.
Yeah.
That's a great play.
Smart golf there.
Not trying to get too fancy. This one can bite you if you find that OB too many times.
We have seen it. On 9, Katrina Allen had the OB shot. It's probably her 4th. Okay.
Great shot getting access to that putt.
They're giving her circle 2 for the par look on hole 9. Back on 8, Manduhano. Or Manduhano.
Leaking left, but
Bella Diaz,
looks like it's
excuse me.
staying
That was
in
Manduhano.
bounds. That's where everybody's making the putts from, though. So.
That is true, isn't it? And now we'll have a Bella Diaz 3rd coming up for you.
Going to the sidearm. This is the open space, and she could get there from here.
Circle 2. Ten with Haley King, your leader. Jumping back to 8 for Tatar, throwing 3. Excuse me, throwing 4.
Going to go outside that central ash tree that actually extends all the way to the water's edge. So she needed to go outside of that tree to get access, but maybe it'll fight through. That's about 90 feet.
Okay.
Edge of circle 2, maybe.
Likely bogey coming up there for Kristen.
After the out-of-bounds tee shot, she needed to play perfect.
Yeah. Cat Merch on 10. Little right. Yep.
Hits one of the gap trees.
Missy Gannon next up.
Really looking to get this left out of that gap to access the second shot for birdie.
It looked good from the tee.
She penetrated pretty straight.
And in circle 2 is Allen looking at par. Hole 9. Ooh.
That could be trouble. It's pretty fast back there.
Yes, it is. Sloping away and getting more wooded as well. Ananda. That was a nice layup.
Lofty little hyzer layup.
Yeah. Manduhano. On the fairway after 3, throwing 4. A long look at birdie. To drop in par. Don't mind one of those on hole 8, Sarah. Just 6 birdies on the day. Playing .64 over par. Speaking of over par, to tar to save it.
So it's really far, C2.
That was driven though. But it will be a bogey cleanup.
Another bogey for Kristen just after a missed putt as well.
Yeah. Allen coming back for bogey, and you mentioned this could get away from her, Sarah. It did, but thankfully.
Good cleanup.
Bella Diaz gets the birdie, making
Wow.
the 7th of the day.
And really played it perfectly, but also conservative. She never really tried to flex something or get extra distance.
Yeah. One more look at this Bella Diaz putt from circle 2. You can see why she wanted that stepper back on hole 7.
Absolutely.
The stepper looking nice. Thanks, Rizuka, for rolling back that replay. And keeping Sarah and I looking sharp on the course as well as we roll around. We're Zuka homers over here. Manuhano in for par. Ananda also a par. And they're on the hole 9 in the wooded tee shots. As Haley King still holds on to the lead, 2 strokes now. Gannon, Murch, Hansen, Tete, and Cynthia Ricciardi.
Yeah, everybody on her tail. And lots of still birdies happening, but now we're moving closer to the back for most of the field. There's a lot more trouble. A couple holes you're going to have to play for par.
Uh-huh.
And, of course, the iconic island hole.
Ooh, kind of a tale of 2 nines out here, isn't it?
It sure is.
Get your birdies early and try to hold on to them late. Let's fly this really tricky hole 9.
The first time you really get to a wooded hole, the gut shot is about 200 feet to this plateau with the OB wall extending all the way left to the sidewalk, which is also OB. Players are going to want to throw up flip-up backhand that penetrates through this gap and then lands softly on about this area. There is a slight slip on that left side to keep the backhand inbounds. The sidearm is going to fall into the rough, which is very rough on the right side, but not OB, almost a natural OB. As you turn the corner, the fairway pinches right about here, which could be the landing zone for several players on their second shot. And then a skilled third shot, probably a sidearm, maybe a turnover, will help you penetrate this gap, which has been cleared out quite a bit and gives you a putt from all sorts of areas, but is also sloped.
Yeah. That's interesting. It used to be just a hallway into that green. You know, they've really opened that up. Bella Diaz back on the tee after the birdie on 8. We'd love a good tee shot. And this looks like it, Sarah.
Players take note. That is perfect.
That was awesome.
Not even challenging the OB on the left. Such a straight shot.
Ananda next to tee here on 9. Terry, why don't you take it away, the rest of these shots here on 9's tee.
As you guys explained, a tunnel shot right off of this tee. I feel like this has to be the most daunting of the tee shots, one of the scariest, just thinking of all the danger that looms. As Ananda comes through the hallway, she's going to be coming in toward the OB, but it's going to dry up. It looks like just short of it. No problems for Ananda. Great position. She'll have a wider angle than even Valadiaz did. A low release out of Mundahano's hand, but not a problem for her. She'll be actually on flat ground, which might give her an advantage. However, it's kind of an odd positioning there. She has to make sure she has to be careful of her follow-through. And a very low release coming out of Kristen Tatar. And it may have jumped up and over it. From my angle, it looks like it did jump up and over the OB wall, so a break for her, but not a good shot out of Kristen's hands.
Yeah, very true. Thank you, Terry, for that. Yeah, that looks like it did somehow jump the wall there at the end.
Yeah, and that OB line is actually just beyond the wall, so we're hoping it got far enough.
Missy throwing 3 on 10.
Great shot. She had opened up that right side gap, which is pretty difficult to get to. I mean, there's a wall of trees on that hole separating you from your second shot.
is 10 playing so far today? Let's see. Playing half a stroke over par.
It is one of the new holes, an extension of a previous hole 10. Players are probably struggling to find that landing zone that gives them access to the birdie. It's such a tight tee shot.
Yeah.
2 in a row even, 9 and 10. So Haley got very far left.
Yeah.
Maybe too far. But that does open up that next shot.
And here she is. We are told this is her 5th throw already. And we'll have a putt for double bogey. So after a 6 down front 9 for Haley King, gonna lose 2 strokes here on hole 10. Tatar. Looks like she must have gotten it in bounds.
And needs to stay out of that right side. She'll still be able to get up for a relatively easy par as long as she doesn't try to bite off too much around that corner.
We are going to have a log jam at the top after that double for Haley drops in. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people tied in first. Hanley on the tee of 10. Holland will just be 1 off the lead after the double for King drops home. Back to 9. Monduhano throwing 2.
She can try to turn this, but she may just want to throw it straight to avoid any potential misses. That's great.
Yeah.
That fairway pinches so tightly at that corner. Unless you can for sure get past that pinch, I think laying up closer to the straight shot is going to be the play. And still leaves the birdie in play.
True.
Just a longer third.
Yeah. Yeah, but it should be lined up pretty nicely for that third. Allen, tee at 10. Back to 9, Ananda.
Sai could get aggressive here. She's in great position.
Yeah, the hole just 719 on the distance, so could get this one within a couple hundred, if not an eagle look.
At the very least, you can get past that difficult pinch point, which really opens up the place area on top of that plateau.
That's well done.
Looks good.
Should make for a pretty easy up and down birdie. Looking right at the green from that spot. Villa Diaz now, after a fantastic drive. Should be able to make progress around the corner, Sarah.
And with a fairly simple shot with her sidearm, the trouble would be pushing it straight up that hill, which is a possibility. She needs to give it the right height. There's also trouble on the right, but not for her.
No trouble. Center fairway. That's where you'll find Villa Diaz after 2. In position to attack for birdie. Hansen ahead on the green of 10. A birdie putt.
There it
Ella
is.
Hansen.
Center.
And that is your solo leader, Ella Hansen, right now. Back to 10's fairway for Allen. Her second.
She needs to get through this line of trees.
Almost. Not quite. Allen playing that one for par now. And back to 9 for Tatar's third.
Penetrates that heavily guarded green. Looks to be inside circle 1.
Jumping ahead to 11, Ella Hansen, your leader on the tee.
This is a brand new hole. Ella has the distance.
Manduhano back on 9, throwing 3. Oh, unfortunately missing all those trees. That would have been a nice little kick and a slow down, but still a birdie putt coming up for Val. What happened to Holly Finley, Sarah? We saw her up there a while ago.
Yeah, hole 13 happened.
Ah.
That one's a doozy once we get to it.
Yeah. Holly picked up a double there and followed that
Inside for Haley.
Thank you. Bogeys on 15 and 16 for Finley, dropping her back to 3 under on the day. Ananda, her third.
Looks close to a bullseye.
Yeah.
It's tough to get a distance read on that approach shot because it's just dark, you know? And if you hit those early trees, it'll knock you down outside circle 1.
Missy Gannon on 11's tee.
Pretty standard hyzer for these ladies. The tree to beat's only 230, but it is uphill. Probably playing more like 350 on the hyzer.
Macy, her third. Haley King, birdie putt.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh. That was for a share of the lead. She'll stick back in a tie for third instead. Allen.
Needs to put this close. Try to save that par.
That's somewhere around the circle's edge for Katrina. And Missy Gannon, a birdie putt on 11, circle 2 bid. Oh.
Wow. Missy doing Missy things.
Yep.
One of our better C2 putters out there.
Absolutely. In the woods on 9 is Manduhano putting for birdie. Push this one a little long left.
Little miss trickle down the hill. Shouldn't be more than 15.
Tatar. A birdie putt.
There she is, finding her stroke. Gosh.
Almost OB off the tee. It still gets the birdie. That's amazing.
I guess you only need that 200 feet to that plateau.
I guess so. It is a par 5. You always hear you can make one kind of mistake on a par 5 and still get a birdie as long as it's not too bad. Bella Diaz. Oh. Comes up short on that birdie look.
With some of the most solid play on the last 2 holes.
Truth.
Kind of a surprising miss.
Yeah.
But no harm, just a par.
A par is what Manduhano is looking at as well. This will be an Ananda birdie. And they are off to 10's tee. Ahead on the fairway, Holland Hanley. She'll have that left for birdie. And this is Ella Hansen on hole 11 for birdie and a solo lead. Yes.
Smooth stroke. I wonder if Ella knows where she's at.
I wonder.
I doubt it. I wouldn't be looking at the scores at this point.
That was a birdie bid for Hanley on 10. We'll turn to a par. Yeah, day one, really no need to check UDisc, huh?
No need.
Yeah. Allen on 10's green for par. That's a bogey for the 2-time. Speaking of the bogey putt. Finds chains.
Always a little frustrating to walk away with that first bogey of the day.
Yeah, I bet, right? Your scores, though, they've been shaken up rapidly lately. Hansen, thanks to that nice make on 11, has the solo lead by a stroke over Gannon. And then it gets real tight, real fast.
Yeah, early leaders have dropped down as they've come through the backside of this course, where we're expecting quite a bit of drama.
10's tee with Ananda. Looked up the middle. Is it going to skip out of the gap? Almost. Tatar now.
Looks like a solid shot up the middle. All players kind of looking to be moving left out of this gap. It's a large tree to miss at about 220. Macy going with the straighter play. There's a right side opening and a left side opening to this second shot, but you have to throw it pretty far. And so far, we haven't really seen anybody getting to the best landing zones.
Manduhano now.
That one's got the fade.
Oh, yeah.
And a roll.
Oh, look at this. Okay.
Should open up that hole on that left side. It's still going to be a turnover for her up that hill.
Okay. Let's jump ahead on the course. Ella Hansen, tee at 12, your leader.
Another new hole.
What are we doing here, sir?
Well, Ella's going to throw a right side hyzer, I'm assuming, and miss that third tree. She might have went in between there, but it's going to get up there. Not close to the basket, but safe inbounds.
And let's check out our birdie zone here on hole 10. Thanks to our friends at Birdie Pro, sponsoring the birdie hole of the day. Head over there and grab one of your copies of a really fun disc golf board game.
Now, there's that wall of trees that's really blocking players from that second shot. If they can get left side of that birdie zone, they'll have a turnover up to that shot. But there is also a right shot there, a right gap, kind of where that orange dot is. If they can get there, they may have a hyzer to the pin.
Bella Diaz will have to get creative with her second. Slightly off the fairway to the right. And Macy making solid progress up 10's fairway. Probably won't birdie, but should make her an easy par. And Missy Gannon, tee of 12. Better. Tatar on 10. Just 6 birdies on the day so far, up ahead on 12.
This is a recovery shot to a place. She's got her putter in hand. Looking to get a little more aggressive. Catches a little bit of that tree. That's still going to be a lot of work to get up and down for a par.
Yeah, it's a full throw up the hill. Ananda unfortunately pitched on this tree just a little. Gonna make for a tough up and down. How far is Ananda from the basket here, Sarah?
Well, she's really only 250 feet off the tee. So we're still talking, you know, 300 to the pin. And it's uphill. Unless you get out to that sunny area to Ananda's left, I don't really think you have access to a birdie here. Barring a throw-in.
Right, yeah. It's progress.
It's getting halfway there, and she'll have another 100 feet or more to the pin.
I have good Holly Finley news for you. Finished with a birdie on 18.
Excellent.
Into the house. Your
Kind of got
clubhouse
brutalized
leader.
on that back nine.
Yeah. Hanley on 11. And Hanley in circle 2 after that shot. Manduhano, second on 10.
The edge of the circle, that big orange Osage up there, is right at the edge of C1.
And you saw Ella's drive on 12. Here's the long birdie look.
Nestled in a grove of trees. This one does have some trouble inside the circle.
Tatar grabbing range for her third, back on 10. Slow day for Kristen so far. 2 down and a tie for 9th.
Another recalculation here. Last one she did, she also chose something different from her initial thought. Maybe just having a little trouble with decision making. Coming from Montana, it was 20 hours. She may not have got the practice she needed to kind of learn some of these new holes.
Also kind of got to readjust to the elevation, you know, coming down.
Absolutely. It's not a huge change up there, but it's certainly affecting about a half tick of stability.
Mm-hmm. Hanley, a birdie putt. Everything but in for Holland. Just a little short. Haley King. Nice putt, cleaning up par on 12. That will keep King 2 off the lead of Hansen. Bella Diaz, her third.
That's a bullseye.
Yeah.
Not a lot of acts. Tapping in for her par.
Thank you.
On 12.
Only 4 birdies on hole 10 today. Hansen, Bessa Van Dyke, and Allie Smith, and Rebecca Cox. As Missy Gannon drops in a par on 12. Ananda, third throw, back on 10.
Little tree root kick there.
Yeah.
Kicked her closer to the pin.
It's friendly. There's the par tap in for Hanley. A par tap in for Allen as well.
The backhand line on 11 is a little bit tight, but it's there. I think we're going to see some more birdies on that one.
Monduhano. Birdie look in circle 2 for Val. Not quite.
Tempo was a little off on that one. Could be the uphill.
It looked a little rushed, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Tatar. It's a par look inside circle 1.
Solid make.
Yeah, back
kind of increasing her stats on the day for C1X. Gaining more confidence after a couple early misses.
Bella Diaz cleans up par, no problem.
Although I do wonder, does Kristen's confidence actually get shook when she misses?
She let us know in an interview that it actually does.
Okay.
Yeah. You would think not, though, wouldn't you?
She hides it well.
She does. Ananda in for par. Monduhano. The same. Yeah, the C1X putting is just 57% for Tatar, but it is early. Hanley on the tee of 12.
I like the sidearm play. It's way more open on that left side. Deep C1.
Mm-hmm.
Katrina going with the tighter right side, but it is still there. Just a little bit more of a ceiling. That looked good too.
Yeah. And a quick check on your scores as a lot has transgressed. Holly Finley there, your clubhouse leader, in with a 4 down thanks to that birdie on 18.
A lot of players knotted up at 4 down.
Holly Finley with 9 birdies today. Got half of them. Ella Hansen, tee of 13. Has yet to see a birdie.
That looked a little bit like a yank, but it was a roller.
Yeah.
And I think this is how you might get the birdie on this hole.
I think so.
From there, she's pin high, but
Yeah.
still has a outside C2 look to get the 2.
Ananda on 11. Tatar now.
That looks great.
Yeah.
Inside C1.
Bella Diaz next on the box.
It's a little straight up that hill.
Ooh.
But good fade to stability. She must
Yeah.
be throwing a very stable disc.
Nice ground action. Monduhano.
Everybody getting to a very similar spot.
Yeah.
It'll be a putt off. This hole yielding quite a few birdies and not a lot of danger. There is OB lining the entire fairway, but you'd really have to miss your shot to get to it. It is on the right side tree line and the left side and deep, but it's pretty far away, well outside circle 1 and 2.
Missy Gannon on the tricky hole 13.
With the turnover inside of the broccoli tree, that was really great. Good shot.
Allen. Smart layup there. And Sai trying to find a comfortable spot to throw her second.
She's got about 90 feet to the pin. Just looking to shape this one and put it on the lock.
That should be good enough. Hanley putting for birdie on 12.
Excellent.
Hanley now with a share of third, 2 off the lead of Hansen. King. 13's tee.
King looks like she might be going up the right side.
What's the carry over there?
It's only 300, but it's playing like 350. That's inside.
Maybe that fought back left inbounds. Manduhano from circle 2. And we do have an OB mark for Haley King up there on 13. So she'll be throwing 3 already. Just 17% pars on hole 13. Oofda. Bella Diaz looks at birdie.
In the bottom of the basket.
Joining Manduhano at 3 down and a tie for 7th, as Tatar has a birdie look. Should also get Tatar in that 7th place tie. Another circle 1 miss.
We'll splash out. Kristen looking to regain that confidence.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just that's the way it is on any given day. It may just be tomorrow we may not see any of this type of miss.
Ananda cleans
Cleaning
up. And Tatar will do the same here. And one more look at this Manduhano make. Roll back that Zuka.
Perfect forward movement, joining a third of the field on the birdie on that hole.
Mm-hmm. I bet you can find that putt on social media now. I saw Mason back there.
Look for the Val stories.
Yep.
Mason's still out there walking with her.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Haley King throwing 3 after the OB drive on 13.
So didn't advance very far, still trying to go up that gut. And again, out of bounds.
Oh no. Allen.
Challenging the broccoli tree, needs to get on the other side of it. She comes up short. That'll be a difficult second.
Yeah. Gannon on 14. This is
perfectly played for par.
Villa Diaz, 12's tee.
Taking that left side.
Flexing the forehand, looking nice.
Beautiful. Just at the edge of the circle with an open look.
Hopefully just outside if you're Macy, right?
Right, absolutely. Don't mark it, Macy.
Manduhano.
That's got good height. Seems like that right side, people are just coming up short. Might just not have the height to get all the way through there.
Yeah. Hanley on 13.
Big spike. Sai catching that upper tree on that very last middle tree and dropping her well away from the pin.
Yeah.
Kristen going backhand here. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest.
Kristen.
Challenging that left OB line just outside C2.
Yeah, really tough to get all the way there on that hyzer line.
And Ella trying to get that
jumping ahead to Hansen.
Huge putt.
Oh.
For the birdie, I would have liked to see that drop.
That would have been
But even to have
amazing.
access to that is amazing.
She's going to get strokes on 80% of the field with a par. That's incredible. And that'll help her and keep that lead. One stroke over Gannon.
Yeah, even just getting the par there is huge. Gannon also getting the par there to maintain that position.
Yep, that's right. Solid threes. King did pick up the double on 13. Dropping Haley back to 2 under on the day. Had that really great start, but a couple double bogeys here on the back 9. Ananda after the early tree hit, throwing 2, looking for the up and down par.
She's still looking at just under 200 feet here.
Early release. On the fairway after 1. Terry, is that one safe? It looked like it stopped short of the OB.
Yeah, it looks like it hit off the tree. In fact, we were just looking for the right phrasing for that tree save.
Awesome. Thank you, Terry. Jumping ahead to Hansen. Tee of 14.
Going outside those left trees, doesn't need the distance, just wants to be in the middle.
Manduhano on 12, a long look at 2.
Ooh, gives it a go from pretty far.
That had a great shape on it. Tatar next. Circle 2 look for Kristen.
You know, it's streaky, but it's good right now. It's, you know, she's missing some of the short ones, but then she's doing this. So.
Her circle 2 percentage is actually better than her circle 1 percentage right now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Spicy make on the elevated pin for Tatar. Huge thanks to our friends at the Halal Guys, sponsoring the spicy moment of the day. Go check them out if you haven't. There's probably one in your hood. Impressive. Bella Diaz putting for birdie.
Right on line. Getting that jump that she likes.
Yeah. Thankfully it doesn't go anywhere. The band and comes straight down for an easy par. Ananda has this for par. After the tree hit on the tee.
Oh. Can't connect on that elevated basket.
Manduhano. to clean up par.
Being able to make those putts makes the C2 looks from that far all worth it.
Right? Yeah.
Even at an elevated pin, a lot of times players aren't going to run those outside the circle putts just because that comebacker is going to be so much longer.
Ananda, the lone bogey. Tatar, the lone birdie. On 13, Allen throwing 2. She will try to get up and down for bogey now. On 14, Missy Gannon.
Going with that right gap, it's a little bit tighter on as you move down the fairway, but it's a more comfortable line to be able to throw a hyzer out of that gap rather than a turnover for a righty sidearm.
The par look for Allen, back on 13.
Oh!
Gross. Heavy chains, Sarah.
Wow.
Oh.
That looked right in the pro side.
Sure did. Gannon throwing 2 on 14. Hopefully she's okay there. Hanley putting for par on 13.
13 gets another one.
Yep. And that might have gone a little ways as well. On 14, Ella Hansen throwing 2. Par 5 like this, and Ella's
huge sidearm.
Licking her chops. Oh, that should be pretty easy from there.
She is moving her way down the fairway. That huge tree is a great mark to get to on your second shot.
Hanley. That is a good bogey save from Holland Hanley. That one did ramp off the top there.
Really far away, absolutely. Yeah. But cleaning it up, not letting that bother her.
Gannon on 14.
Great angle.
Oh my.
Leaves it edge of circle 1 deep. That's going to be for a birdie putt. Haven't seen a lot of birdies on 14.
There's the bogey drop in for Allen.
She joins a lot of people with a bogey on that hole.
Just 2 birdies on 14 today, huh?
Yeah, it's playing tough. That extended basket over the last few times we've played out here certainly increased the difficulty.
Shouts to Cynthia Ricciardi and Maria Oliva for those 2 birdies today.
And lead card stepping up to 13. This is the doozy.
Playing over a stroke over par. Speaking of par, this is a par play for Tatar.
Looking to get in that perfect position next to the broccoli tree and not behind it. There's also OB that you can float into if you throw the sidearm here. And there's OB on the left side. This is such a technical tee shot. The landing zone's only 250 feet away if you're playing for par.
Bella Diaz.
They're deliberately playing short of that tree and not trying to put it on the other side to get an easier par.
Manduhano.
Almost pushes past it, kicks out a little bit, may open up that shot, but she could have a ceiling and will need to throw a turnover.
Ananda, speaking of turnovers.
Perfect.
That's the spot you want to hit
right
there?
That is the spot.
Nice. And they're off down the fairway until they get to their second shot. It's a Hansen throw for you, her third.
A little low, but she's just at that crest. She will have a look down the hill for birdie.
Back on the tee of the same Holland Hanley. Ooh, this is going places.
Rips it up the middle gap. That's where you get the distance on the sidearm.
And on the green, Hansen did leave that approach quite short. And
smart play.
Yeah, as a result, lays up for par. As you can see, is leading. No need to give a stroke back to the field for free.
And while we saw Holly at the top of the leaderboard and then move down the leaderboard, we're now seeing the rest of the field has been through the holes that she got brutalized by, and we're seeing her jump right back up there.
That is really funny, but accurate. This back nine in an ECC is no joke. Tatar, her second, on the toughest hole on the track. Hole 13.
Really stable disc. Just barely sneaks by that last maple tree.
And they have her in circle one, putting for par. Speaking of putts, Missy Gannon on 14. This is a birdie look.
Oh no, I hope that's set.
Looks like it did. What a
That's
bit.
a pretty safe putt to run, to be honest. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
uphill, there's a little space behind it, but not if it rolls away.
Truth. Back on 13, Macy throwing 2.
Annie Flex was something really overstable.
All right.
Excellent. She was expressing a little bit of her frustration not being able to take the middle gap on this hole. And she's like, I'm just going to throw a couple sidearms and hope to get a par. And it looks like she has done it.
She's got a chance.
And among very good company.
They are both looking over at it's Maduhano under the broccoli tree, it looks like. Yeah.
Which is actually, I looked this one up. It's a Platycladus orientalis.
Oh my goodness, we got a scientific name on the broadcast.
It's just the botanical name. Well, I think it's a little easier to call it the broccoli tree, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That's gonna work. It's gonna be a tough par though for Val. Ananda taking a look at what she has left on the hole. Cleaning up here for Hansen. That was her 5 after she laid up. King drops that one home. That is a birdie drop in for Haley King. Erasing some of those bogey strokes she's earned on the back 9. A par for Gannon as well. And back to 13 for Size second.
This is really asking for a very wide and high turnover from this angle. Very difficult for a backhand. And she'll have a putt inside circle 1 for that. It seems like the only way you can really get a look at this one is with a roller. I'm not seeing anybody getting there up the middle.
It's just too much to ask for.
It's almost playing like a par 4. Really.
I mean, they're all throwing 2 shots at this thing, you know. Other than maybe the Hansen roller was the only really aggressive play for birdie we've even seen.
From the drone, you can see all that out of bounds area on the left side, that cut grass.
Terry, we're watching a Manduhano look for par. I'd love to get your thoughts on here on hole 13.
Yeah, we all know how
Another
difficult
one.
this hole is, as you guys were just talking about. I believe that might be just a mismarking of the par. Eric McCabe told me yesterday that this is, in fact, a par 4. So maybe we'll see an adjustment for the rest of the weekend.
Oh, okay, interesting. And That was pretty interesting as well.
That was a great putt. That'll actually, if it is a par 4, that'll be excellent because there's going to be a lot of players that will feel a little better about their score.
Yeah, definitely. Ananda for par.
Or birdie. Whew. What a putt. That was gorgeous. Solid, great spin, center.
Women showing off on the green here on 13. Let's see if Tatar can keep it rolling. Not to be there on to 14 after the drop-ins. We'll show you that on the other side of this break. Back in just a few.
I just got my hands on the Neutron Watt, a great new offering from MVP.
It's really reliable in the sense that you can throw it straight and it holds that straight line, but also even ripping it on Annie, you can get it to kind of gently pan, but it still has that nice glide even if you throw it on any sort of angle. It feels like the most happy hybrid between a putter and a mid, dead straight and neutral, exactly what you want.
Look at it for shots in the woods, ones that need to go dead straight through a gap and then never move and just finish right to the basket. Great approach disc for all types of players. I can't see anybody not loving the Watt.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium.
Pulsade Disc Golf Academy is the world's biggest online platform for learning the curves and angles of the world's fastest growing sport. Register today and get access to clear and well-structured lessons and exercises from the very best ever to throw the disc. New content uploaded every week. Start learning today.
Villa Diaz, Tia 14.
Great release right out to the center. Exactly what you want off that first tee shot.
Really matching the angle of the slope there perfectly. That was pretty. Mondu Hano next up.
Valerie with the turnover, looking to get a little extra distance and open up that second shot.
Ananda next.
Sai going out that right gap, thrown a little bit low.
Yeah, not much ground play there. Tatar.
Great carry on that sidearm.
And as they make their way down the fairway, Terry, we have our snack lady Ava out there. Tell us about our lady Ava doing work out there, keeping everybody.
Yeah, she is certainly a staple out here, especially in Emporia. She hails just south of Kansas City. She's also a player herself, and she's played 99 sanctioned tournaments in her career. She's won 60 of them, including last night's Bite World Championships. That wasn't sanctioned in that case, but she still took it down. Her and her family, diehard disc golfers, and Ava always out here with a whole Zuka cart full of snacks and gift cards and other things. it's always a pleasure to see her out here on the course.
That is awesome, Terry. She's in that bright orange shirt, center of your frame down there.
I can attest to the amazing snacks that she hails.
Have you got some?
Mm-hmm, always. And a gift card once, I think, at like Starbucks or something.
That's
I
amazing.
know. It's wow.
And you can fit a lot of snacks in a Zuka cart.
Yes, I mean more snacks than anybody could eat.
14's fairway, Sayananda. Well back of your ideal landing zone. Throwing her second.
Side, taking that right side again, a little tighter. There is OB over there as well, and she sneaks right past it and back in bounds. It is tighter, but some people really prefer that hyzer line, and the anhyzer on the left side could easily fly out of bounds if you let it hyzer out.
Oh, true.
So it is the safer shot to go there, and she's also size out of position from a low tee shot.
A birdie putt for Gannon on 15. And there goes Missy Gannon.
After a little bit of a dry spell through a tough stretch.
A share of the lead.
Right back in it.
With the birdie. Tatar's second on 14's fairway. And nothing wrong with that one for Tatar.
Yeah, sidearm hyzer. It's pretty simple if you can take that left side.
Bella Diaz. Throwing 2. Options there, maybe?
Yeah, they're looking at just about 200 feet away at this point.
Nice. Oh my gosh. Monduhano.
Great turning shot.
Lovely. Holland Hanley putting for birdie. Same hole, ahead on the green. Yeah.
Joins an exclusive group there.
Agreed. Oh, a long look there, not to be. Was that Haley King over there on 15?
Ella, I believe.
Oh, it was Ella. Thank you. Thank you. That was a birdie look for Hansen. She'll have a circle 1 look left for par.
Moving our way down on 14. It's really the approach can get really tricky here because you cannot see the basket. Maybe just the flag.
Looking down at Sayananda's third. She's going to have to test that OB if she wants birdie, Sarah.
Right. OB right, and that huge elm tree on the left side. She's going to have to navigate through that to get access to the pin. Basket used to be right at that elm.
That's right, huh? Just like.
And now it's extended another 100 feet deep on a downslope as well.
It looked a little low to my eye.
Which is a safe play when you've got OB looming.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she didn't like it.
Yeah.
And doing a practice throw after to correct the mistake.
Gannon on hole 16.
Who threw this in practice.
She did?
Yes, ace.
Sick.
That's a little wide.
Ah. That is wet and red, and headed to the drop zone is Missy Gannon. Might lose her share of the lead. Bella Diaz, third on 14.
Gonna challenge that OB on the left side to access the green.
Nice shot.
Looks like circle one.
Mm-hmm. Over to Tatar on the same, also throwing 3.
Excellent shot.
Wow. And our man Terry Miller, he called this round 4 or 5 at Worlds. He said after this putt, it was over. And it turns out he wasn't wrong. Let's check it out. Look back at Tatar taking down Worlds. Like hole 7 here earlier in the round. Is she wearing the same outfit?
Almost.
Almost.
Parking. Hole 6. And then the drop in on 18.
Yeah. The 1X, but she's got to be the favorite for 2X this year. Right now, right? Manduhano. I believe that's her third.
Leave a little downhill putt.
Ananda, her fourth. A little bit to think about here on this approach, Sarah.
There's a lot going on. Slopes, ceilings, and she put it in C1.
Yeah, nicely managed. Terry, why don't you talk to us about what you watched here on hole 14 at Worlds with Tatar?
Yeah, guys, when I think back about the World Championships last year, of course, there was the Paul Macbeth, Aaron Gossage playoff. But when it comes to Kristin Tatar and any other memory, I think of this putt that you guys saw just a little while ago. That was when I feel like she really sealed the deal. She was playing well, but for her to make that putt, to show the excitement that she did, from that point forward, she never looked back. She had it completely in control. And Kristin, as we saw, went on to win her first Worlds. Truly a moment I'll never forget.
That's awesome, Terry. Really awesome stuff there. Ananda putting for par after Vela Diaz almost put it home.
Great putt by Sai, saving the par. She worked really hard for that par.
She did. Yeah, that drive left her out of position. Manduhano, a birdie look in circle 1. And
No way. My goodness. We've seen a couple of those today. That one was center, just a little high.
Yeah.
But even on the gravity, should have kept that one in.
Yeah.
Maybe Val's a little too confident today with her putt.
My goodness.
If that's a thing.
More look at this Manduhano. Robbage. Oh, it even had danced on the rim.
Yeah, that's should have caught.
When you find out that you missed the putt on your walk to the putt is never a good. Ugh. Let's check out Your keys for closing brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Take some calculated risks. These back holes can really bite you, especially 16, obviously the island hole, and 17's approach shot can add the strokes if you go out of bounds. And stay disciplined. It's been a long round. Stick to your routine. Don't get ahead of yourself. And then be decisive on these greens. You're going to have putts on 16 and 18 that are going to be difficult. You need to make sure you're either going to make the putt or put it on the lock.
I'll look down at the beautiful country club, and now Ella Hansen on the signature hole 16.
That needs to drop.
And it drops in the water, unfortunately for Ella. Hanley popping into birdie on 15, and all of a sudden, she's tied for the lead. As you saw both Gannon and Hansen drive OB on 16. Tatar back on 15's tee.
This is a new iteration of this hole, from the old men's tee to a shorter placement.
That looked fantastic. Vela Diaz next.
Swinging back in to C1. Another look for birdie.
As Manduhano steps up.
Looks a little high. This does play as an island hole, so Valerie will go to the drop zone.
Is it still the Y?
It is
in the path?
at the Y. It's about 150 feet to the pin from there.
Ananda now.
Sai with a flexing shot gets up there for a birdie look.
I think so. I'm pretty sure that is it.
Gannon, a bogey putt. Puts home the short death putt. Haley King also cleaning up bogey. And King, after the 6 down front 9, has dropped back to just 1 under par on the day. It's a bogey drop in for Hansen as well.
16 playing very tough for this card.
And a bogey for Merch. Got them all, Sarah. Hole 16, 4, third card 0 there. Holland Hanley on 16's tee. That looks like the shot.
Very well executed. All the airspace on the right side.
From the drop zone on 15, Manduhano leaves that one quite a bit short.
Her putt's looking good today, though.
Truth. After a big break, her game's looking pretty solid overall. You know.
Oh yes, very impressive.
You know?
Very impressive. It could have gone much differently. And
Gannon on 17 now. Oh, lovely.
it's a really great shot. A tough height on this one to penetrate as far as you can.
Ananda on 15 looking at birdie. Catching the flag.
Tons of power from that standstill.
Manduhano, bit of a band-aid putt here.
And outside circle 1.
Catching the koozie on that bogey bid. She will drop in double, unfortunately. The OBT shot. And kind of the low third costing her there.
On a hole that is very gettable.
It is.
Although it is new, players are still adjusting to this tee shot.
Bella Diaz looking at birdie. That's for a share of 4th place, and that's where you'll find her. Tied with Holly Finley. Tatar for birdie. Tatar should also be in 4th place with a make. There it is. And we're going to play through on these tap-ins. Quick break on the network. Catch you in just a few for some tee shots on 16.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's in the industry. The quality is better.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna want to put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high. They have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is going to be really important. You feel that it's good quality product. And having the stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
This is the new
Opti-Ice Orbit. Look
at this
very nice thing.
Tingling.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
Hanley on hole 16, putting for birdie and the solo lead.
A solid make on a really tough hole.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful hole, but man, it is such an intimidating tee shot of 315 feet of water carry.
Playing .77 over par on the day. A live look down at that island from our Flight Factory drone as it flies over to your featured group, making their way to the tee pad.
And with no wind, I expect the entire field to try to get onto the green, rather than the option which could be a layup to the right side and a pitch over to the green.
Yeah, it's usually not so glassy. Look at this shot right here. It's beautiful. On 17, Ella Hansen off the lead by 1 now, thanks to the birdie by Hanley.
Really great spot for Ella on the front side of those trees. According to her next shot, it'll be more open.
Tatar on 16's tee. Doesn't have enough.
Just short. A lot of space deep and right. If you're going to miss this one, certainly blast it past if you have the distance.
Bella Diaz going to the forehand play. Oh, the layup play even.
Okay. A difficult approach from there. There is a looming tree branch that is over the area. She'll probably throw another sidearm from there, but she does have such an accurate sidearm. That's a great spot for her.
Ananda. Is she laying up as well?
It looks like she's aiming that direction.
Oh no, that is.
Oh man, it looks like she tried to even park the drop zone.
Yeah.
You almost need to push that OB long in order to get easy access to the green. But, you know, that's not the result you want on a layup.
No.
When you're intending to play for par.
Manduhano playing this for par as well.
Do you think they watched the last card play this and just all chickened out?
The third card, they're like, hey, they all bogeyed. I'm going to grab a stroke on them with an easy par here.
Nothing easy about this, even from the layup zone.
I guess so, isn't it? Gannon throwing 2 on 17.
Missy trying to go across and coming up short.
Hansen throwing 2 on the same.
Ella's position off this tee is perfect.
Oh my.
And really the only way I think you can access the birdie, unless you're going to throw a roller or a really, really skilled gut shot.
And Gannon throwing 4 now. Oh, what a recovery shot.
And that's no surprise that she doesn't let something like that bother her.
Here's your featured card as we look down from our Flight Factory drone. They're at the drop zone, although only one of them throwing.
Macy will be up first with a pretty open sidearm lane.
And on the island safely. Manduhano should be next. This is not an easy looking approach, Sarah.
No, you can see that tree branch. Then there's a ceiling, and she needs to throw an Anheuser a little bit. Oh, there it is.
Nicely done. Manduhano in business for par. I guess we'll have.
And Sai will have to go to the drop zone.
Yeah, you're right, too, at the drop zone.
And it's about 90 feet. It is kind of a putt. We've seen a few players throw it in from there in the past.
I know Rick's made it at least once. I have memories of him charging across the bridge, getting high fives galore.
I want to see somebody make it and swim across. We might get our chance.
Whoa, don't fall in the water.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
Follow through forward is not really available.
Satar throwing 3. Now Ananda throws 3.
Oh my goodness.
Get in the hole. What a shot.
Swim.
I don't think you're going to get
No.
it, Sarah.
I don't think I'll ever get that.
No, probably not.
But the putt is good enough. That's plenty. That's
my-
plenty of entertainment.
That was
wow.
amazing.
Oh my gosh. I am so impressed right now.
So she still gets the putt.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could get a par that way too.
Yeah. Getting some love from Macy. That was perfect.
Oh, I love the look on her face too. That's awesome.
Oh, the crowd loving it too. Oh wow, that was fun. I think Sai says, just go grab that for me. Macy walking to her par putt. Keeps Macy in that third place tie.
It was a little surprising to see her lay up on this, and it almost seems like we have, I mean, there is a little bit of wind out there, but I mean, Macy's got 400 feet of distance. You know, she could probably throw a fairway.
Oh,
that's a rare miss for Valerie today.
Yeah. Tatar will drop in bogey. That will be followed by the Manduhano bogey.
It does look like we have a tailwind out there, which is may have what dropped Kristen's shot.
Oh, yeah. And as they make their way over to 17's tee, it's a little bit of a walk, so we'll take a break. Catch you guys in just a few.
Yes, it is an Escape, and it's Lucid Plastic, Eyes Lucid Plastic, and it's Orbit, all at the same time. Lucid Eyes Orbit Escapes. Available now at dynamicdisc.com.
Millennium Sirius Falcon is a 13-speed distance driver. For your hyzer flip shots, your flat shots, and your long, slow anhyzers. Get one in your bag today. Get yours at golfdisc.com. Keep it simple. Throw Millennium.
Welcome back to the action. Looking down at 17's tee. Like you mentioned, a really demanding tee shots there.
Right, there's a ceiling. It's the ideal landing zone is actually 400 feet, or you need to get to the right of the blocker trees near the OB line and then testing that OB line.
While we wait, Hull and Hanley throwing 2 on 17. Looking to cut the corner and carry the OB into the green.
Catching a little foliage high as she comes out of that gap, but perfectly executing the shot.
Hansen.
This is on 18 to finish out with an eagle opportunity. She catches a little bit of the tree, but she's safe.
How many moms are on tour? Is she the only mom?
Oh, Paige Shue.
Oh, yeah, Paige Shue, that's right.
Beyond that, not too many.
Yeah.
Tough to balance the motherhood and the touring disc golf life.
It's got to be hard to the kid alone for.
Or bringing the kid along.
Yeah.
The whole family would have to come, as I think she was able to do it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't bring anything back. Sounds good.
Some polite banter among card mates.
Yeah.
Always kind of keeping it light.
They are all looking at Villa Diaz on the tee of 17. Taking a page out of your book, Sarah.
I don't know. At this point, I might be taking it out of her book. Drops down a little bit too high on the release.
Ananda next to tee.
So slightly uphill on this shot and have to penetrate below the ceiling and really trying to get like 400 feet or way to the right but still in bounds. Way to the right she did.
Terry, how's that looking over there for Sai?
Well, she's definitely pushing this right-hand side. In fact, it is wide open. I love the angle in which she's going to have to the basket, and she certainly can attack.
Nice. Tatar coming right at you now, Terry.
Tatar playing the straight line. She also has the sidearm, so she could go wide sidearm to try to approach the green.
Monduhano.
Another good tee shot. Right in the middle. Again, though, that maybe she have to make a decision on whether she's going to try to get there on her second. There's a low ceiling or a big wide Anheuser. But where Sai is on the front side, the right front side of those trees is the ideal position, but it comes with risk. She had to get really close to that out of bounds line.
Yeah, it really is. And when I had, I feel like the first 4 holes always threw forehands, and what happened to the first back?
Cat Merch, tee of 18. Cat Merch destroying this disc.
Oh, that's for an eagle, folks.
Whoa. That's some nice foreshadowing for Sunday, too, knowing the Eagles in play on 18.
It's there, and I mean, and the birdie's here as well, you know, so,
yeah.
You know, be patient as you're coming to this hole. There's still hope.
Gannon on the same. Ooh, she got some nice drift on this as well. Oh,
caught up a little.
Villa Diaz, who is tied with Missy Gannon in third currently, throwing her second on 17.
That's a layup. Yep. Looking to pitch across on the next. Smart play. This is a tough one to get, and if you're out of position, there's no need to force it.
Hanley for birdie. Chains, but does not find the bottom. Hanley will stay tied in first. Gannon on 18, her second for a drop-in birdie finish.
Masterful approach.
That should get Gannon solo third, breaking the tie with Finley.
Kristen with a decision here. Is she going to try to get to the pin, or is she going to throw just a layup to the left side, pitch over? She doesn't look like she's in a great position to try to get there.
She's looking over there, though,
But
Sarah.
that's a driver.
Yeah.
She may be going low fairway. She sure did.
Oh, gets the ground play she needed to.
And that was enough.
That was a big shot. Well done by Tatar. Kristen sitting at 3 down on the day. Currently 3 off the lead of Hansen and Hanley.
And kind of a roller coaster round for her.
Yeah, it has been.
A lot more bogeys than we see from her, which tells me that she has a few gears left in her for the future rounds.
Villa Diaz throwing 3 on 17 now.
Another difficult decision similar to the one Kristen had to make.
Had some airspace to play with and uses it nicely.
Great shot.
Okay.
Outside of the circle, obviously, but to get overall that OB without costing yourself another stroke,
Yep.
that is a great shot.
Nicely managed. Maduhano next.
Standstill layup. Seems like that's a very solid part of her game plan. She's not trying to get this one. Her tee shot doesn't give her much of a look. So a lot of people joining her in playing this hole for par.
Yeah. And we've got Tatar 3 off the lead right now. Do you think she still might be the U-Disc favorite at this point?
That's a good question. I mean, obviously the precedent she's set over the course of the year shows that she can come back.
Terry, thoughts on that one?
Well, last night I was looking at the probabilities before the tournament even started, and I believe I saw Kristen Tatar with a 74% win probability on UDisc. The next closest was Katrina Allen at 7% or 6%. And even though she's trailing right now, she still is in the 50% plus range for a win probability. Lots of faith in Kristen, understandably so.
Yeah. I wouldn't doubt those stats. How does an active player feel about those stats as we watch a beautiful approach?
An active player does not care about that, I don't think. You don't need that getting into your head, whether you're on the high end of the winning percentage or the low end of the winning percentage.
Yeah.
More a fan, fun statistic.
Yeah, I think so.
Sai with a great shot.
It definitely was.
Getting it close to the basket.
Love a birdie look. Get for a share of 4th with Bella Diaz and Finley. Ella throwing 2 on 18. Ooh.
Trickled a little further than she wants.
Yeah.
Nothing easy about that approach.
And now Manduhano, her 3rd, back on 17.
It's a standard approach for her. And there's a little ditch there that she is likely in the bottom of that puts her just 20 feet.
Merch for Eagle on 18. This would give her a share of 4th. Well, at least it didn't go anywhere.
True, that could have been disastrous. The OB is looming at the bottom of that hill with nothing to catch you, so a bad roll could be a problem.
Hanley back on the tee of 18.
Good shape, just a little too much turn. Should be an E for a birdie.
Hansen for the birdie finish on 18. This is for the solo lead as well.
Oh, drop out. Those elevated pins, gravity is not your friend.
Yep, anything on the left side just kind of rides on out. Bella Diaz laying up. She'll grab a bogey on 17. It's going to drop her back into a tie with Carey, King, Merch, Ananda. As Tatar looks at birdie. Fantastic.
Tatar not going down without a fight, working her way back up the leaderboard on these last couple of holes with still an eagle or birdie opportunity on the final.
Tatar putting today. 55% circle 1, 75% circle 2.
I'm thinking she might want to just lay them outside of C1 at this point.
Manduhano for par.
Another miss just after her short miss on 16.
One of his, like, you know, some first round back, you know, you're maybe a little mentally exhausted late in the round.
Yeah, certainly sometimes those easier putts are a little more nervy rather than the 35 footers.
Ananda gets that one home. That is a birdie for Sai, now with a share of 4th as Manduhano drops in bogey, sliding the wrong way. Villa Diaz also a bogey. Ella, there's the par after the birdie dropped out. That was her second. Let's fly this 18, Sarah.
This is a new hole, at least a new tee pad. Players are going to throw a flexing shot backhand up this left side. It's got to flex around to the right and then come back. So something with a little bit of stability is going to give you a chance to have an easy approach for your birdie. If you've got that extra distance and control, you might be able to get an eagle look at this. You've got the elevated pin that also slopes down to the water. Any misses off of this basket, that roll could go OB.
We've seen it happen. It's right there. Look at that spectator area back there. It's beautiful.
It sure is. And hopefully that'll fill up as the course of the day moves forward and the weekend moves on.
Making their way across the pond over to 18's tee.
A decent gallery following the ladies this morning.
Yeah. It's a Friday gallery, you know.
Yeah,
People
well,
have jobs and
Emporia
stuff.
shows up.
Yeah, they do. Emporia knows disc golf.
I am pretty excited for this eagle opportunity, though, to finish. In past years, it's been a really difficult birdie from the old tee all over water, and now we've got a little bit more option.
There is Hanley putting in the birdie in solo first heading into day.
Easy drop in to finish.
Now let's check out our scores here with 1 to go for your featured group. Ananda and Tatar both tied in 4th. Got Villa as 1 off that.
An option for those ladies, a couple of those ladies in 4th, to move up and challenge Ella and Missy's final score.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see who can get that 4th spot or knock somebody off of that lead card for tomorrow.
Still in the balance with 1 to go here. And there is the Emporia Knows Disc Golf Barn over there at Jones, just about a quarter mile from here. Famous red barn.
The green on that hole is still there. I wondered if I heard they took out Supreme, but they left that green.
Really?
I'm assuming it's playing as still hole 1.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That was a lot of work.
It's pretty.
Yeah,
it really is, especially from the drone.
Yeah. It's so weird to me to think that, like, this is your first one back, and I feel like I'm almost done. Yeah, everybody's halfway through. Yeah. That's what I told Mason. I'm like, I feel like I'm barely chipping at the year, and everybody's already done. Yeah, it's just been such an eventful year already. It really feels like it's been a whole year.
Ananda on the box. Solid off the tee. Tatar next.
Another kind of low shot. Both in the middle, though, which is the key here. You're still in birdie range.
Bella Diaz now.
Going sidearm. This is a bit surprising. She's going right at that broccoli tree and getting the fade back.
Okay.
So a safe shot, but also still keeping birdie in play. I like it.
Mandujano. And Terry, as our final feature group makes their way down 18th fairway, I'd love to get any kind of final thoughts on the day here at round one.
Well, we've had calm conditions out here. We're seeing the new course for the first time. It looks like everybody's enjoying it. And I'm looking at the implications for birdie right now. Even though there's those 4 unders, Holly Finley would have the tiebreaker. If she remains at 4 along with the rest of the card, she would have the tiebreaker in terms of the lower PDGA number. Now, of course, we're seeing a few birdies that should happen, but if they don't birdie, that's in what we would see from Sayananda or from Kristen Tatar. Holly Finley would remain on the lead card for tomorrow's round.
Thank you, Terry. I just checked there. If Tatar and Ananda both birdie, you'll see Ananda on the lead card tomorrow. If you'd like to hear more from Terry Miller on interviews with a bunch of our players, head over to Tournament Central, starting right after the show. Little pregame, little postgame action.
Yeah, if Ananda and Tatar both birdie here, are they going to knock Gannon out?
Oh gosh, let me see. Yeah, they would. Huh. You're right. So they'd both be on lead card.
I mean, this is very likely. It's a far approach, but we're talking about the best in the world here.
Yeah, you expect an up and down.
Oh no, sit.
Yeah. Could have gone worse. Also could have gone better. And just before that, Mandujano throwing her second. Oh, lovely. It's a nice finish for Val. Should get her back to even on the day as Ananda throws 2.
Shaping the shot nicely down the hill, leaving a little putt to finish.
Going for the slope match to mitigate the roll. Vela Diaz, after the forehand drive, goes to the forehand approach.
Nestling it right up to the pin. Always great to have a sounding board out there.
Yeah, right. Talking out a problem can really help you sometimes figure out the solution. Down the hill is Kristen Tatar, coming back up for birdie and lead card tomorrow.
That'll do it.
You'll love to see it.
That was a pretty rude jump off of the base.
It was. Ananda, also for birdie, also for lead card tomorrow.
Also a little deathy.
It is, isn't it? unable to get it into the chains. That's tough to do. Manduhano, excuse me, before that though.
Tap-ins for everybody else.
Birdies for Manduhano and Villa Diaz. Par for Ananda. Looking down at 18's green from our Fight Factory drone. It was a fun day one at the Dynamic Disc Open, Sarah. A lot of action.
So much, especially on that front. And I think we're really getting an idea of what this course can deliver on both the front and the back and what to expect in the next 2 days.
Take a look at your scores here. A little Peter Pan scenic for you by my buddy Tom Rapp. Holland Hanley, a stroke lead. You'll be talking to her on the other side of this break in the OTB After Show. We'll catch you there.
Do you ever get sick of watching the same one all year?
Gets a little repetitive, but what else are you gonna do?
Like, anything?
I absolutely love watching the slow motion videos.
Yeah, they're like, so good.
Guess it's slow-mos again next year. Cheers.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm down.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all. You get 3 discs.
The Retro Orbit Pure.
Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs?
Go check out trilogychallenge.com.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
Welcome back to the OTB After Show. In the clubhouse is your leader, Holland Hanley, sending it on down.
All right, catch up with Holland Hanley. Holland, yesterday you talked about kind of a refresh, a reset. How did you see that in action today on the course?
I think I saw it in the fact that I had no idea what my score was. I just kind of worried about making the next shot, as best as I could. I had a pretty slow start, but in weekends past, I would let that kind of derail my round, and then I was able to, because I stayed in the right headspace, kind of come back and have a good back nine.
Yep. Just overall proud of your play today. Anything you would like to tweak?
I think kind of getting my drives going. They were kind of missing a little bit of that pop and that power that they normally have, and so that cost me a couple OB strokes and left me short in some spots. So I'm going to try to come out the gates attacking the course a little bit more tomorrow.
Yeah, speak on the conditions. Obviously a little toasty out there, but the wind is down for Emporia standards, it seems.
Yeah, definitely toasty. Probably the first time we've really had to deal with heat this year. But, I mean, I'll take heat over just about anything else. Yeah, the wind really wasn't there too much to speak of. There were a couple holes where it got breezy and you had to make a slight adjustment, but nothing major.
We need to hit on the course changes as well. It looked like you played pretty clean through 8 and 9, the traditional hard ones, and then 10, 11, 12 as well. What are your thoughts on those?
I think 10 was a really good change. I think more, it's still technical and difficult, but more of the field will be able to get it. And then I think 11, 12 are really good opportunities for us to score. I think the old hole 10 was kind of a little boring since only a handful of people really had the distance to try and be aggressive, so it resulted in a lot of threes. I think 13, I don't love it. I think it's a weird tweener hole because it's definitely not a par 3 for us, but it's kind of a, I don't know if it's hard enough to really be a par 4, so I think that one still needs a little work. And then I know Eric has some future plans for 18 because that's another one that's kind of a weird tweener.
Gotcha. Any adjustments to the game plan tomorrow other than what you've already mentioned?
No, just try to come out of the gate being a little bit more attacking on the course.
All right, that's Holland Hanley, your clubhouse leader here in Emporia.
At the country club, fun to hear from Holland after her round, day 1 leader. Surprised by her at the top?
No, she's on my fantasy team. But I am surprised given her start, right? She didn't have quite the start that other players did, but then she stayed clean through the difficult part of the middle of the course and through the end and got some birdies to finish. So we saw a lot of people coming out of the gates quickly and then kind of losing their strokes on the back.
Yeah.
And Holland played pretty steady. I like where her mind is at.
Ella Hansen, another big arm, also at the top of our board.
Yeah, being able to throw those hyzers, and she threw the roller down on 13 that gave her a kind of an easy up and down for the par. Absolutely throwing the distance, having that distance gives you that hyzer line and not having to flex things, keep you inbounds more often. And she's putting really well.
Yeah, she has hope she can keep that going. That's the linchpin to her game. She always throws well. We got Tatar as well as Missy Gannon here in our lead card for tomorrow. They'll be fun to watch. Tatar was like 75% from Circle 2 today.
Made a bunch of Circle 2. A little streaky on the Circle 1 putting, but she's been on a few in a row, had a long drive from Montana, and, I guess she can't be perfect every weekend or every round.
Yeah. Was that a 22-hour drive, you guys?
Yeah, something about 21.
21? Oof.
Yeah. And still on the lead card, despite some struggles on the green.
Got to love readjusting to the elevation change, no problem as well. That was nice to see. Should we OTB this thing, Sarah? You ready for it?
I'm ready.
All right. It better be the Sayananda drop zone, right?
It has to be.
I think it should be. Let's see. I'm pretty good at guessing this wrong, though.
You're putting yourself out there.
I think we might have got it today, though.
Oh, yes. Here we are.
You love the reaction.
And for a par, Sai was going for the layup here and just doing a little bit too far, and then says, you know what, I can get a par in a different kind of way.
Get some love from Macy and Tar.
We didn't get to watch the swim across the pond to get it.
Maybe like final round, you know? Maybe they'll jump in after they make the eagle on 18. The pond's still right there. Let's check out your broadcast times for later today for the gents. I'll be kicking off at 3 o'clock Central, and Sarah and I will be back on your screen at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you guys so much for watching day one. For everybody on the ground, everybody in the booth making this possible. Thank you guys for watching. Catch you tomorrow.
Round number 1 for the FPO division at the Dynamic Discs Open in the books. From Emporia, Kansas, it's Tournament Central on the Disc Golf Network. I'm Grant Zellner alongside the man whose parents considered spelling his name with a silent P at the beginning, like pterodactyl, but then realized that would just make the other kids even more jealous of his style. It's Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. And Terry, you walked the course. You saw the play. What are your initial thoughts about round number 1 for the FPO division on this slightly reconfigured country club course?
Good afternoon, Grant. It seems like everyone was enjoying themselves out there. However, there wasn't a lot of consistency. That seemed to be the struggles that we found on our final feature card of the day. A little bit of ups and downs, including our world champion, Kristen Tatar. We also saw the same out of Valerie Mondahano. She had some moments of brilliance, but she also had a few struggles out there. Of course, coming off of the injury, we know that how she had set her expectations and what she was going to do out there today. But Holland Hanley, when it was all said and done, came in with that hot score of 7 under, and then Ella Hansen had a 6 under, and Kristen and Missy rounding out tie for third. We'll see them on the lead card tomorrow.
We talked about Holland Hanley a little bit during the pregame. You got a chance to see how the course sets up for her game as well as Ella Hansen's game. Both players known for being able to throw very far. Is it about avoiding trouble and controlling that distance here?
Yeah, the one commonality that we saw was people just keeping it in bounds. The grass is not cut very short out here, so you do have a little stickiness to contend with. So wherever it lands is probably where it's going to stay. That's something that had to be figured out during their practice rounds, and we saw that happening throughout the entire day. Not a lot of ground play out here. Humidity is up, and the winds were down, and everyone knows the winds in Emporia are something that you're always dealing with. Today, we get a little bit of a reprieve.
We caught up with Ella Hansen after the round. She's looking for her first Pro Tour win.
Under opening round, Ella, I think your weather assessment was hot dog.
Hot dog, yeah.
Pretty toasty out there?
Yes, very toasty, very sweaty, very hot.
We have a new iteration of the course here at the country club. What are your thoughts and what are the challenges?
Yeah, I think overall I really like the changes. There's a couple of holes that just, kind of push the distance a little bit, a little more technical. I really like Missy said, the change on 10. I think that's a really, really fun adjustment. And I think overall I like the changes.
Yeah, it looks like you were one of the only players in the field to birdie 10 and 11. So definitely getting strokes right there on the turn where we saw some scores kind of go sideways. So just overall assessment of your game today. What was clicking and what are you most pleased with?
Yeah, I was throwing the disc well. I was making all my C1 putts. I think the only one I missed was on 18. But I felt really, really good with the putter, really solid. Like I was, there wasn't a ton of wind, but I felt like I was reading it really well for the most part. And my forehand was feeling really good today. I was getting a lot of control and power out of that one.
Nice. A little bit of everything working today in Emporia for Ella Hansen. Thank you.
Ella has been in this position before, just looking to close out through the weekend this time. Are you seeing any specifics in Ella's game that look like they're particularly well-tuned for this course?
Well, what we were seeing there on her scorecard, she got off to a very good start. She then finally ran into her first bogey around hole 7 or 8, but getting off to a really hot start is something that's great for Ella Hansen. Sometimes when she's had the lead or been out in front, it feels like she has a slower start and then has to play catch up, but not here today as we saw that. And also when you're looking at some of her statistics, you see she didn't have any conversions from circle 2, which is quite surprising to see a score of that nature, to see 8 birdies out there, but no conversions from circle 2. She was 91% from C1X, which she had referenced that she felt the putter was hot. If she starts making some from C2, we're going to see her do even better on the scorecard.
A quick skim of the leaderboard reveals I don't think a single player managed to go through this round bogey free. And in fact, many of the players at the top, more than 1 or 2 bogeys on the scorecard, including Kristen Tatar. 4 bogeys on the scorecard, offset though by 9 birdies. Kristen Tatar, despite what would seem like a sloppy round, very much in the hunt.
Yeah, the fact that she had that many birdies tells you that she's doing what she did last year when we saw her have some of the rounds out here on this course. I believe one of her hottest rounds was 10 or 11 birdies. Of course, a new configuration for this year's iteration of the tournament, but she has no problem capturing the birdies. Today, a few mistakes that we're not used to seeing from Kristen, and you see that very colorful back 9 that she had, not having a single par after hole number 11. She capped it off with a birdie to finish out on both 17 and 18. Her putting, though, seemed to be this challenge that Kristen Tatar had throughout the day, at least from C1X. C2, not so much a problem.
It's almost like she wants the longer putt rather than the shorter putt. Well, before the round, we heard from Val Mandujano, who has missed a considerable amount of the 2023 season due to injury. She's a story. She's someone that many of us have been excited to get a chance to see, and we will hear from her after this break on the Disc Golf Network.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
Is Valerie Mandujano. And Val, your first round back after a long sustained injury, how did it feel?
A lot of ups and downs, if I'm being honest. I felt like it was definitely a roller coaster for my emotions, which last year I handled them pretty well, but I think this year it was more pressure on myself, and I expected myself to do a lot better than I did last year, and I feel like that let me down a lot on the emotion side.
Well, your first shot went out of bounds, but then later on hole 1, you threw this incredible recovery shot with a standstill, patent pending, from underneath the bush all the way up to the basket. Did you feel like there was any part of your game that you were leaning on, or that maybe felt better than another part?
Honestly, it was all the same. I felt like my driving was like a hit or miss, and it was the same thing with my putting. It was like I'd make a big putt, but then miss, a 20-footer. But for the most part, I felt like everything was pretty decent.
Yesterday you said in the press conference that you didn't have too many expectations, that you're feeling about 85% or so. So now that you have one round under your belt, how are you feeling moving forward?
I feel like I could do a lot better than this round. I feel like I left a lot out there. I tried not to give myself expectations going into this round, but I had a good practice round. I was like, okay, I could birdie this, I could birdie that, and that's where the high expectations came in and let me down. And I told myself not to give the high expectations, but I did. But I feel like there's a lot left out there that I can clean up.
All right. Well, right now you shot even par. Like you said, some ups and downs. You're sitting in a tie for 18th, which is still near the top third of the field. Thanks for joining us. We wish you the best of luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
And Terry, people may look at this course at the country club and think it's not particularly rugged. It's obviously well maintained and landscaped because it is a country club. But I know from my own injuries to my ankles that sometimes it's not the ruggedness that gets you. It's the small irregularities just as you take steps on just grassy surfaces that can eventually lead to a lot of pain and discomfort by the end of a round. How can you express the conditions on the ground at the country club that might not come across on camera?
Well, as I was mentioning earlier, the grass, for instance, longer than what we normally see. In fact, greener than what we normally see as well. So that may even cover up some of those undulations that you were just referencing. And then there's also a number of places out here, although a country club feels like it's relatively flat, there's places you're walking up and down some significant inclines, and we know that you have to be just a little more careful when doing that. And that includes your footwork when you're stepping up. We have a lot of big second shots, maybe even third shots on a few of these holes. So you don't always have that consistency of just the tee pad. You're concerned with the ground that's underneath you when you're out there in the fairway. So as you said, Grant, those are all things that you have to take into consideration, especially if you're feeling a little bit tentative or nervous of how you're placing that foot and with relation to your ankle.
Several other names near the top of the leaderboard, Terry, include players who maybe play a little bit more regionally at times during their year-long schedule. One of those players, Macy Valadiez, who has played her way into the chase card for tomorrow's moving day. Macy is really making a good showing on a course that she is obviously very comfortable at.
Well, and I feel as if it was a few years ago at this very tournament is when Macy really broke out. We knew that she was a superstar. We knew that she was already an athlete, a very successful athlete with a lot of background, especially in playing softball. And then she came out here and just had so much fun with it. And she had no problem performing under the spotlight and with the cameras and with the gallery out here. In fact, she might have had more fun than anyone else that particular weekend. And she continues to do that. We've seen her play very well. And she also just took down an A tier a few weeks ago. She was very competitive in her home state for another A tier a few weeks before that. Macy Valadiez is having a lot of fun out here. She competed in the Bite World Championships last night. That was taking place at another park here in Emporia, and you got to like her chances. I think she's going to continue to have fun out there this weekend.
Earlier this season, Sai Ananda broke out with her victory at Texas State, being played on a property that has a lot of similarities to this property. That property, of course, a former golf course that has been now reclaimed as a multi-purpose piece of land. Sai Ananda, it would seem, has a game that sets up very, very well for the undulations and the long open fairways here at the country club. What are you seeing from her?
What I saw from her out there today was that she was out putting the rest of the card. We saw some struggles. Valerie Mondahano putted just 33% from C1X. We saw 58% from Kristen Tatar. It just wasn't great out there overall on the putting green, except for Sai, who had that 75%. And then, of course, the big throw in here on hole 16. There's nothing more exciting than being on the island and having the idea that somebody could save their par from that distance. It's just incredible to see. It's just such a flick of the wrist for her when she's throwing up her putt, and yet she's so consistent with it. You think of the mechanics that go into a putt and how you're trying to always duplicate or replicate what you're doing, and even though her putt is unique, she finds a way to do it every single time, to keep repeating it, although it's a little bit unorthodox. And it led her to that 75% C1X today, and I'm excited to see what she's going to do the rest of the weekend as well.
Well, it looks like there'll be serious opportunities tomorrow for players to go low. I expect to see some movement even at the very top of the leaderboard amongst those final two cards, which of course we will have coverage of right here on the Disc Golf Network. One more look at the leaderboard for you before we wrap things up for the FPO round number 1. Take a moment and look for your favorite player. Meanwhile, Terry and I will be back shortly with the pregame for the MPO round. which will be starting just a little bit later on this afternoon on the Disc Golf Network. So take a break, go get yourself an iced tea, maybe a sandwich, and we'll be right back here on the Disc Golf Network momentarily. For Terry Miller, I'm Grant Zellner. See you soon.